Check, check, 1, 2. Folks, we're here. The time has come. It is Friday. We're playing Tactics. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be big today, folks. Gonna be huge, gonna be massive. What the? Whoa, I just found a... Oh. Okay. Got it. That was funny. That was funny. What's going on, Mad Locust? How you doing? Thank you for addressing me with my proper title, Commander. I am the Caffeine Commander. I'm about to start commanding some caffeine. I'm about to start drinking some matcha. Glad you're doing well. Matcha Day. Fuzzy audio, really? Why is this happening at the top of stream? I guess it's better than like the best, like at the best moment. All right, let me reset the interface really quick. All right, I've reset the interface. Let me know if you're continuing to hear any of that. Broken Quest, thank you for the resub for 23 months. Would you like a spin? Okay. Yes to a spin. All right, sounds good. We'll kick the stream off with that then. Yeah, I don't know what causes that digital crackling. It's really bizarre. Usually when something like that happens, it's like a power cycling issue. And typically when it would happen before, it would be like hours into a very long stream. And it's like, oh, the interface has just been powered on for a really long time and it needs to power cycle. You know, that makes sense to me. But the interface has only been on for like an hour. And it happened like this yesterday, if I recall correctly. Or maybe it was Tuesday. One of the other days this week, there was like right at the top of the stream, it was like, hey, the mic is crackling. So it's really strange. And by the way, this is not me being upset. Please continue to tell me. I cannot reiterate enough. If there is any audio issue whatsoever on the stream, it doesn't matter what I'm in the middle of or how exciting the stream is otherwise. Don't feel like you're disrupting. Tell me immediately. If there are audio issues, please. I'll love you forever if you tell me. But I won't personally attack you if you don't. Yeah, exactly. And like finding out way later is my nightmare. Like going into like edit a VOD and there's like a 10-minute stretch or like worse, you know, like an hour where something is like really, really bad. It gives me so much like retroactive anxiety. Right, and no one said anything because they're like trying to be nice, or they're like, oh, well, it's not that big of a deal to me. You know, that kind of thing. Anyways, let's switch over to here. Welcome in, everybody. It's Friday. I'm feeling good. Hope you are too. We're gonna do a spin of the wheel to start off our stream. So we're gonna go over here. I'm gonna swap mics. So now it's gonna sound different. And this one is for Broken Quest. Wide open here. Pink locked, orange locked. Nothing's been hit yet. Let's see what we got. The 32-bit PlayStation days. Yeah, it was a good time. It was. I wasn't really fully there. 5 pull-ups. All right. As if we're not already energized. Let's do some exercises, shall we? And by we, I mean me. Let's get this off the screen so you can see the bar. We're gonna come over here and do 5 pull-ups. Or curl-ups, if you wanna be really technical. I haven't stretched really today, so let me quickly do that. All right, let's see how we do here. Last time I did these, I was sore for like 3 days, just from 5 pull-ups. They're so hard. They just never get any easier. I think if I had the discipline to like try to do as many as I could every single day, they could improve. But even when I was doing them like fairly regularly, they just never seemed to get any easier. Whew, that's 5. Yep, push-ups and pull-ups are really challenging for me because I have something weird going on with my shoulders. I think it's a genetic thing because I have an uncle who was like the only like decently upper body athletic person on that side of the family. And he's had a ton of like rotator cuff issues and like all kinds of things that happen like right in this area. And none of the other men on that side of the family have had shoulder stuff, but they also weren't, they didn't do anything with their upper body athletically, really. Like my dad was fairly athletic, but it was all lower body stuff. He played soccer, he skateboarded, he's, you know, and now he surfs, but he has had a couple of things happen with his shoulder. So I think there's something going on with my dad's side of the family with shoulders. Because if I do traditional grip pull-ups, it gives me a lot of pain in like the joint where my collarbone meets the shoulder, like right here. It's a really weird spot and it does not feel good. And the same thing happens if I do push-ups with like a really wide square grip. So I have to like do push-ups a certain way, which, you know, I can do them a couple different ways, but I just have to make sure I don't do them like that. I did a push-up challenge a couple years ago. I think it was 2021, whereas like I had to do a certain number of push-ups in 30 days, and it was basically like every other day I was doing like 200 or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was. It's been a long time. I think it was 1,030 days and you do 200 every other day or something like that. I think that's what it was. Well, that math doesn't check out. I don't remember what it was. But the hardest part about that challenge was the pain that I felt in that same joint area and managing that and like being super careful with my form. The push-ups themselves got really easy. All right, I think we're ready to play tactics. So let me pause this music and let's go right here. I'm gonna be watching a video this weekend to see what a teardown and a deep clean for a PS2 is like, specifically a fat PS2. I'm hoping it's fairly reasonable, because I'd like to do it. I'm sure it's more reasonable than the PS3 one, which I did not attempt on my Slim. But I don't think it's going to be as easy as, you know, like an N64 teardown and deep clean, or a PS1 teardown and deep clean. Those are very simple. So we'll just have to see. I think it's possible. Either my laser and my PS2 is starting to weaken, or it's just dirty. Because like very, very, very rarely, every once in a while, it will do a disk read error. It's very rare, but every so often. So, and it's definitely dirty on the inside. So I figured I'll see what goes into that. Let's see, we're gonna be loading save slot 10 today. And then we need to do a recap before we load in. Even though luckily we know we're not loading into a cutscene this time. Yeah, the PS3 being retro is definitely a weird one for me. You know, everybody kind of has their own boundaries and goalposts on what is retro and like different definitions. I was having this conversation with a couple people in a Discord server recently, and I think it's really weird. Like, the gaming industry, and please steal this and help me propagate it. The games industry has been around long enough to where we need a new classification, because we've gotten to the point where, like, now what most people are considering retro is like 95% of all video games. Right? Like if you're only looking at the games that have released in the last like 5 to 10 years, that's like maybe 10% of all video games ever. And then everything else is retro? Like it doesn't make sense. So like for me, from my personal definition of retro, I feel like if the console outputs HDMI, it's pretty hard for me to call it retro. Like, I don't consider the PS3 to be retro, but I do consider the Wii to be retro. But like PS3 and 360, it's weird. It's like right on the borderline, you know? Like it's old. Like if you look at like the number of years, it's like kind of like mind-blowing to think how old the PS3 and the 360 are in terms of years. But like, you know, we're playing Uncharted 2 right now, which is a PS3 game from 2009. And please don't remind me how long ago 2009 was. But like, it still looks good. I'm currently playing Last of Us 2 offline on PS4, and it looks incredible. It looks incredible. And obviously I can tell the massive disparity in graphical prowess, or what graphical quality of something like The Last of Us 2 versus Uncharted 2. You know, like it's very cool to look and see, wow, what a difference 11 years made, right? But all that to say that Uncharted 2 still looks modern to me. Like it still looks new, it still looks modern, it still looks high definition, which by, you know, the very scientific metric, it still is. You know, it's not 4K, it's not HDR, but I don't think that's enough to make it retro, personally. What would I have considered retro as a teen? Yeah, I think as a teen, it was very obvious. So I was a teen in the 2000s. So for me, it would have been very obvious to say that retro was like, the borderline at that point probably would have been like N64. You know, like the PS1 was the last console for most of the 2000s. So like calling the most recent console retro, or not the like the one before the current generation, calling that retro seems wild. But the generation before that one is probably kind of where the borderline is, which is exactly what it is right now. But yeah, obviously like NES, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, that was all considered retro in the 2000s, for sure. But N64? Like, it was old, but also it's such a hard thing to think about because we didn't really use the term retro. Like, the term retro was popularized probably in the 2010s as far as like that application of it, to refer to like old video games. The jump becomes, wait, the standard definition to HD jump was not as big as 2D to 3D. Yeah, that's an interesting like place to draw the line, for sure. Because yeah, like that actually feels like it sort of undermines my definition of retro. Not that that's what I think you're trying to do, but like it's a very clear visual break between 2D and 3D. But the problem with breaking at 2D and 3D, or even standard definition and high definition, is it doesn't necessarily draw a line between console generations. You know, because there's like crossover. Like there were so many games during the early 3D era that were contemporaries and peers with 2D games, and not necessarily across console lines. But I guess like true polygonal 3D was not possible on, you know, the Super Nintendo and the Genesis, and was only possible when we got the N64 and then like the Saturn. So I guess that makes sense. Like that's a pretty clear line. Retronauts was when you really used retro. A podcast from 2007. Interesting. Yeah, it's impossible for me to know when I started using the term retro. I have no idea. But it's also weird because, like the average layperson who plays video games, that only plays stuff that's made in like the last 10 years or so, or maybe even 5 years, what they consider retro, and like they don't even think about the word retro like people on Twitch do. And like the specific Discord community that I was in talking about this is a retro gaming server. So it's a bunch of retro streamers, mostly retro streamers, talking about where the goalposts are for retro. And it's just something that they think about, or we, I guess I should say, think about way more than anybody else would. So, I don't know. It's definitely not worth fighting over. Nobody was really fighting over it, but I think some people do fight over it. It's definitely not worth fighting over. But I do think that we need a new term. We need a different, like, if like retro should refer to like the golden age of gaming, like the original burgeoning era from like the mid to late 80s to somewhere, you know, we should draw a line as a community, and then from that era forward should be something else. It can't just all be retro. If the only term we have is retro is just going to be this massive balloon that's way too large, and it needs to be split into something else. Because like we're going to keep moving forward in time, games are going to keep coming out. So yeah, we need to delineate. We need to do something. So that was my part of the conversation that I contributed. I think I said some other things that I was proud of, but I can't remember them off the top of my head. Yeah, I'm not going to fight somebody on saying the 360 and the PS3 are retro. That's also what I'm trying to say. I don't personally consider the 360 or the PS3 retro. The Wii is mostly retro for me. And my personal goalpost is, if the console can output 1080p, I can't really justify calling it retro. Because 1080p, for all intents and purposes, is still the modern display standard. Like, for me, retro also implies like a bit of a barrier to use or function. Like, you can't just plug a Super Nintendo into a modern TV. That very clearly cements the Super Nintendo as a piece of retro technology. And that, like, most TVs don't have component ports anymore. So component is retro. The industry has decided that component is retro. Yeah, most people don't talk about pre-NES games, and that should be called something else as well. That should be called something else as well. That would be nice. But see, 20 years old equaling retro is not enough, Mad Locust. Because you run into the same problem. Like, even if we had a really clearly defined barrier, it's like, okay, if the game is more than 20 years old, no matter what, it's retro, it's still too big of a pool. Because, like, saying that Final Fantasy IX is retro, and then saying that Super Mario Bros. Duck Hunt is also retro, like, we can do so much better than that. Like, just saying that both of those games fall under retro is like I don't know, it feels like a disservice to say that something that came out in 2000 is in the same category as something that came out in 1985. Or I guess if it's 20 years, then we'd be looking at 2005. Like, think of like the most premier game that came out in 2005. What are we looking at? Like Battlefront 2 or something? And like comparing that to an NES game and just saying, yep, they're in the same category. It just feels really silly. Like it could be an umbrella, and then we could have something underneath the umbrella. That would be fine, but we don't currently have that. The inspired by art style stuff. Yeah, that is another problem too, where you have modern games that are very recently made, but they look like something that was made a long time ago. And some people reflexively call those games retro. So yeah, it's kind of a word that is losing its meaning because it has to cover so much ground. Anyways, let's do a recap and play some Final Fantasy Tactics, which is definitely a retro game. We did some cool stuff yesterday. I also had kind of a proud moment of frustration that we'll get to. That was pretty great. So we started off immediately with story content. We did nothing but story content yesterday. We were at the Underground Library at Orban. We met a man named Islude, and that was who turned out to be searching for the Virgo Zodiac Stone at Orban. We beat up his forces on the main floor. That battle was super easy. It was kind of a joke, but they held us off long enough for Islude to find the stone. So we saved, we set up our party again, and we went down to the next basement, and it was kind of this like catacomby looking labyrinth with archways. It actually really reminded me a lot of a Bravely Default or Bravely Second style of dungeon. There's a lot of dungeons that look like that. And this fight was surprisingly difficult. He demands the stone from us, and we don't... Oh, I'm still on the other mic, I just realized. Let's switch back to this mic. I've been on the roaming mic the whole time. He demands the stone from us, but as far as I know, we have 2 stones. So I was wondering, like, what stone does he know that we have? Most likely it's Taurus, because that's the one that the church tried to get back from us. But why does he not know about the red stone that we got from Draclau? Or am I misremembering and we didn't actually get that stone? So that was one of the questions that I wrote down in my notes, and we'll see if it comes back around later on. Again, don't answer that if you know the answer. He calls us a heretic, so we can assume that he's part of the church, or he was hired by the church to come after us. We did end up beating him. We had to do that fight quite a few times. There were some really powerful archers that were causing us a lot of issues. And there was a little bit of RNG happening. It didn't seem like that fight should have been that difficult, but it ended up being kind of difficult. But we beat him. He threatens us and kind of doubles down as he's being weakened, which seems to be a common trope with these villains. And he's like really, really all in on the importance of the Zodiac Stones, but he ends up teleporting away. We get warped out again. We get to save and change around our party. And then we do our third fight in a row. And this was the big one. We see Ygraph. We haven't seen Ygraph in a while. And he's now dressed in red rather than green, which I definitely took to signify something important, and we later found out that it was. He's leading this effort to search for Virgo. So Ygraph is now an arm of the church. He was previously kind of like seen as this man of the people. He was working with the Death Corps and trying to kind of like almost like a veterans' rights type of movement, where there were these people who were disenfranchised by the previous war, and they were just trying to get their due. They were trying to rise up out of poverty and be kind of compensated for their service to king and country and all that sort of thing, and they weren't really getting their due. And he was trying to make that happen for them. Or wait, no, I'm actually getting this mixed around. That was Gustav's whole thing. And then Ygraph killed him. But Ygraph did have a very different personality when we interacted with him the first time, back in Chapter 1. I'm going to go back and look, actually, at some of the stuff that I wrote about him, because I don't want to continue to be confused. Let's see. This is still Chapter 2. Still Chapter 2? I think so. Yeah, this is still Chapter 2. I write down where the chapters start, but maybe I need to keep writing, like, again, like next to every date header, what chapter it is. So it's a little bit easier for me to go back and see where the splits are. Because that's important for time. Okay. So, here we go. The Dorter Slums. This was the first time we interacted with Ygraph. So yeah, Ygraph was not behind the kidnapping of the Marquis. That was Gustav. Gustav was the captain of the Death Corps, but Ygraph was the leader of the Death Knights, which made him the leader of the whole Death Corps. So he outranked Gustav at the time. So they want the ransom for the Marquis. They don't want to follow Ygraph. Ygraph had these like kind of higher ambitions, and Gustav was a little bit more realistic. He was focused on more realistic and tangible things. So I guess the seeds were kind of planted early on that Ygraph would go for a power grab if he had the opportunity. So that tracks with what's happening right now. Yeah, Gustav was the one. Okay, I had that a little bit mixed up, so I'm glad I went back. Gustav was the one who was more interested in the material conditions type of stuff. And Ygraph just kind of alluded to having more grand designs, bigger plans, but it wasn't specific. So I don't know what he was thinking about then, but I don't think it was the church. But when we first met Ygraph, he killed Gustav because Gustav didn't see his vision and because he disobeyed him. And then Ygraph was also kind of waxing about like, oh, kidnapping is beneath me. You can have the Marquis. I have other things to do, kind of thing. And that was our first interaction with him. And then we soon after met Miluda, and we discovered that Maluda is Ygraf's sister, and Maluda kind of woke Ramza and Delita up to some of the ideas that, like, you know, the nobles have been unnecessarily oppressive to the common people, and they don't see them as human beings. You know, they see them as like pawns or servants or whatever. And unfortunately, Maluda died, even though we wouldn't really have wanted to. But that was a really important character development interaction for Ramza and Delita. And we kind of like agreed with her, but for some reason she still died. So that was kind of, I guess it was because like she wouldn't stop fighting us, kind of a thing. Maybe that was hard for them to illustrate. And then the next time that we saw Ygraf was at Fovoham. Ygraf confronted Galagros about kidnapping Teta. Galagros wanted to use Teta as a bargaining chip, and Ygraf again disapproves of kidnapping, tells Galagros to retreat. And then Ygraf stays behind to fight the Hokuten, which is, at the time, us. He tells us a little bit about his idealistic virtues. This was the windmill fight, if you guys remember that one. That was pretty challenging. There was a lot of retries on that. He thinks that defeating the nobles is paramount to securing a future for his men's children. So he is anti-noble. He is like he does hate the class system. And then again, Galagros is kind of more like Gustav. He's more interested in kind of these like more granular practical solutions that have like really tangible, like immediate rewards. And Ygraf is like, we got to go big or go home. And let's see, what else? Ygraf talked down about the Beowulfs. Dysadarg had the Marquis kidnapped. He calls us green, us Ramza. And he also accused Dysadarg of convincing Gustav to kidnap the Marquis, which is really interesting and probably true. Sorry, I had to sneeze there. Probably true based on what we know now about Dysadarg. It was a little harder to believe at the time. And then the whole Zeekden thing happens where Teta dies, Galagros dies, Ramza and Delita get separated. And that was the end of chapter 1. And that was the last time we saw Ygraf. We didn't see Ygraf at all in chapter 2. Chapter 2 was more Gafgarian. And then we fought Gafgarian a whole bunch in chapter 2. And then finally killed him. Okay, so sorry, that was a little detour to recap Ygraf and where he came from and where he is now. So we don't know if his grand designs earlier on were related to the Zodiacs specifically, or if he saw a big idea and he wants to follow it because he wants power, and he sees that as a vehicle for accomplishing other things that he wants to accomplish. So, let's resume our recap from yesterday. Oh yeah, and so Ygraf tells Islud to escape with Alma as a captive, and I'm kind of confused as to why. Because if he knows Alma is our sister, and we killed his sister, so it seems like if he wanted revenge, he would have just killed her, and rather than like having somebody else take her away and like use her as a bargaining chip for something. So that's interesting. I want to know more about that. Maybe he's trying to, play with Dysadarg or Zalbag in some way, ransom kind of thing. But again, kidnapping is beneath him. He's shown that 2 separate times. So what is his plan for Alma? Ramza shows a lot of growth during these 2 fights too. Like when we fought against Islud the second time and he challenged us, Ramza kind of like snapped back and showed a little bit more sass and a little bit more confidence instead of just being unaware baby with altruistic feelings, idealistic feelings. So he's getting a little bit more steeled, a little bit more hardened, and a little bit more confident, which is really cool. And then when Ygraph was challenging him, he really showed a lot of character, because usually when Ramza would get rebuked kind of in these earlier fights, he would kind of crumble. Like he would still believe what he believed, but he didn't really have the gumption to like put it into words. You know, somebody would like really eloquently tell him why he was wrong, and he was like, well, no, you're wrong, you know, but he couldn't really prove it, or he didn't really have the information to back it up. And now it's starting to kind of seem like he's seen enough and experienced enough where he feels like he can kind of back those things up. So Ygraph kind of confronted him, and he was like, you're too idealistic, you're just a dumb kid. But he kind of turned it around on Ygraph and like pointed out flaws in his plan. And he's like, no, actually, here's why you're being too idealistic. And he kind of gave some really concrete examples of like, you know, you used to be this, and I respected you for this, and you're not doing that anymore. So that was pretty impressive. He tried to convince Ygraph that he was on the wrong path, and that, like, you know, Maluda wouldn't approve of the path that he's gone down, and that kind of thing. But Ygraph's like, I'm a member of the Zodiac Braves. And that's when we found out that the Zodiac Stone at Orban was Ares. We beat him in this fight, and this is where I had my proud moment of frustration that I referred to earlier. The first couple times that we did the third fight against Ygraph, he's just so viciously overpowered. He could do like 150 damage with one attack, and then he has 2 different AoE spells that he can hit at least 3 people at the same time, no matter how you set up your formation. On the very first turn, one can inflict sleep and the other can inflict stop, and it seems to always land. So it seemed really broken. So I decided to fight cheese with cheese, and rather than like go back a bunch of saves and grind and be likely super overpowered for most of the remaining fights in the chapter or in the game, I chose to just cheese him back. So I switched everybody over to either being able to steal weapons or break weapons as knights. And we were just going to keep resetting until we broke or stole his sword and neutered him. And because everybody else in the fight was very normal and not super scary. And just so happened that first turn, first attempt, Matsuo got a 36% accuracy sword break and broke his sword on the very first turn. And then all I had to do was just finish the fight. And it went very smoothly. So that went well. That was a proud moment. I will probably continue to opt for strategies like that against really cheap bosses, rather than trying to outgrind them. So outside we confront Ygraph. He's like bleeding out on the ground, dying. And Islud is on a chocobo with Alma. And Islud is like, hey, you don't look so good. I should stay and help you. And Ygraph is like, no, you have to go. You have to get out of here. So really interested to find out why he thinks Alma is so important. And I guess more about who Islud is and who they're working for, beyond just the church or the high priest. There's got to be more to it. So Islud goes, and then Ygraph is like laying on the like front steps of the monastery, dying, and he's kind of like lamenting everything. He's like, I didn't get revenge for my dead sister. I didn't kill Ramza. And then he drops the Zodiac Stone Ares, which is blue, kind of a indigo color. And then the stone starts speaking. It like floats into the air and starts speaking. So this was new. There's like a spirit inside of the stone. And Ares hears Ygraph's despair and reveals that the spirit inside of Ares is Velius, who identifies themselves as the devil. And Velius offers Ygraph power and says, like, basically, you know, if you give me a flesh body, I can let you continue on living. You know, and it's like a monkey's paw type thing, obviously, right? Like we saw with Draklau, where probably, you know, there's nothing of Ygraf left in there, and it's just this spirit or demon or whatever it is taking control of his body. Maybe not. We'll see. But he transforms into a demon just like Draklau did, and then he kind of talks to Ramza, and Ramza's like, I'm going to kill you, and Velius is like, save some for later, kid, and teleports away. So I guess he was still kind of weakened. And then Simon comes out. He's still wounded from a few fights ago. He gives Ramza a book. He says it was written by Germanic, who was a disciple of Saint Ajora, who's like the Christ type story or type figure in this religion in this game. And that this text was kind of like previously lost. And then Simon also feels bad because he was aware of kind of like the corrupt nature of the church, and he kind of was complicit. He didn't really do anything. He feels bad about that. And the book explains the Zodiac Brave story. And then Simon dies in our arms. And that was pretty much the last thing that we saw before we saved and quit. So here we are. Do I have a pen? Where's my pen? Yo, what's up, SNES? Belius is essentially a reference to Belial, which is the personification of the devil in Hebrew mythology. Yeah, I'm sure the naming etymology is similar. And then there's also Belius in FF12, and I was noting how it's cool that the like Zodiac demons that we've seen so far are very reminiscent of the Espers in 12. Okay, I gotta find my pen, and then we can finally get started. Where did it go? It should be right here. I didn't use it for anything else yesterday. Oh wait, maybe I did. Hold on. Alright, I got it. I'm missing a pen right now, so this one's doing double duty and going back and forth between here and somewhere else. Okay, so today is May 2nd, and it is day 16. Is the little guy sleeping? Oh, yeah. In a very silly and funny position, no less. All right, let's get started. File 10. So, we are on the world map for the first time in a while. We had to fight 3 fights in a row last week, which was nerve-wracking. But we're finally back on the map. Our biggest priority right now is actually to buy armor. And unfortunately, the only 2 cities that we know of that have heavy armor are Lionel and Igros. They're both very far away. Now, because there's not a red dot on the map right now, I'm assuming this is going to be one of the situations where we run into an encounter as soon as we move. So I'm going to go to my formation screen, do the normal housekeeping that I would do before a battle, and assume that we're headed for a battle. I'm gonna reset my cheesy strategy from the previous fight to go back to what it was before. So Ramza's gonna get his punch arts back. Roberto stays the same. Salome is gonna stick with steel, I think, because that's like our long-term plan for her. Matsuo is going to swap his knight skills back to off-white magic. Veronica was carrying black magic, which is fine for now, not a long-term plan. And that should be it. And even though it's been a long time gameplay-wise, it hasn't been a long time in-game calendar-wise, because we haven't moved. Like, all 3 of those fights took place on the same day. So I don't think we're ready to recoup our folks that are on missions They're both based out of Dorter. Let me go ahead and do a save here. I need to go check on a sound. Sorry, BRB. Okay, I couldn't tell. Sorry for all the disruptions. I couldn't tell if the sound I was hearing was thunder outside or Gobi doing zoomies. It's thunder. They sound surprisingly similar. Okay, we're gonna save in slot 11 here. And we're gonna call this... post Orban reconfig pre-move. So something's probably going to happen when we move here. It might not be a battle, but something's probably going to happen. So we're just going to try to walk to Dorter here and see what happens. Okay, something's happening. That's some crazy thunder. It's very, very rhythmic and far away. It's very, like, Godzilla-esque thunder. Jurassic Park 1993 T-Rex thunder. Look at these normal people. These are cool new sprites that we've never seen before. Oh. Exotic Wizard. I thought that was Delita in another new outfit. Heretic Ramza? Where is Alma? Wait, what did you say, Broken Quest? I just saw this. Oh, you just said a swear word. It's no big deal. If you want her back, come to Riovanes Castle. But you must bring the Germanic scriptures given to you at the monastery. What does it mean to you? Haven't you read it? I mean... He's got me there. Maybe I can read it in the Zodiac menu. Is that the first conversation option we've ever gotten? No, not yet. Is it an important book? A blissful ignorant. Your life's in danger, and yet you don't even realize the importance of the book. Well, no matter. You've been warned. Interesting. Ah, we're going way further north. Holy moly, look at that. Grog Hill, Yardau Fort City, Yugua Woods, and Riovanes Castle. That's way up there. I could go for some grog. Okay, let me write something down really quick here. Unfreeze the camera. At Dorter... we are confronted by an exotic wizard he tells Ramza that I'm going to need to see this scene again to see his exact wording. I also want to see if I can actually read this book in Brave Story. I forgot about this, too. Once in a while, the castle can be faintly seen as a mirage. So is this going to actually show up on the map at some point or not? That's so interesting. So it's been 2 days for that one. This one's ready to come back. But they're all the way down at Lionel. So that would kind of suck. We could go down there because we also need the armor and just try to skip all the randos. Let's get caught up here. So Ram's entry has been updated to show us as a heretic. What about Alma? Nope, hers isn't updated. What about Zalbag? Nope. Dysodard? No, not updated. What about Funeral? Murond Glabados Church. He masterminded the Lion War. Revived the powers of the church, which was lost during the 50-Year War. Raised the power of the church higher than that of the king. Urging Largengoltana. Collecting holy stones. Capture the hearts of the people. What a plot. Oh, I don't know why that didn't work. Thank you, Kiki. Oh, no, it did work. Okay, it did work. Good job. It just takes a second. Let's see. Olan. Let's read about Olan. Adopted son of T.G. Sid. I think we read this already, because that doesn't feel like new information. Currently working as the right-hand man under Sid. Okay. Zalmo. We've never read this before. Pagan Examiner. The Heretic Hunt. Love it. The Elite of the Elites. Enormous power. Outside of the church as well. Any updates on Simon? Yes. He was once a high-level pagan examiner. Resigned due to one incident. Interesting. Wait, are they misusing the word secular here? Killed by Temple Knights who came for Virgo at the monastery. Alright, Y-Graph. Leader of the anti-aristocrat Death Corps. Perform terrorist acts. Assassinations, kidnappings. Currently one of the Temple Knights. Okay, so they're called the Temple Knights now. Who's Malak? Oh. The guy we just met. Okay, interesting. So he didn't introduce himself, but now we know his name based on this. Member of an elite assassination group, Kamuja, assembled by Barentan. Became orphaned by the 50-Year War, saved and brought up as a magician by Barentan. Thinks of the prince as his real father. Which one? Therefore, he is forced to fight against his real sister, Rafa, who is an enemy to the prince. Which prince? That's confusing. Okay, hopefully we get more on that. Anything new on Ajora? No. Alright, Islud. Temple Knight of the Moran Glabados Church. Son of the Temple Knight Vormov. Oh. Oh. Islud is the son of Vormov. Interesting. And he had the Holy Stone Pisces. Huh. Interesting. And Vormov is a Temple Knight. We've only seen Vormov the one time. Head of the Temple Knights, leader of the new Zodiac Braves. But Vormov has his own intentions. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. These are the cutscenes. Wait, why am I not able to rewatch the one that I just did? Maybe because of the decision aspect of it? Oh, here it is. I can actually read this. The Germanic Scriptures. This is a record of Saint Ajor written by his disciple Germanic. It was supposed to be a lost book. Oh, okay, I guess that was a weird sentence at first. It was supposed to be, not the way we think of supposed to now, but like supposed, like alleged. This is wild. I picked up the Germanic Scriptures Simon gave me and flipped through the pages. The text was in an ancient holy script with drawings in places. It was damaged and hard to read. I wondered what was written in it. Okay, hold on. I want to reset and do this and then not lie to him and say, yes, I read it. And just see what happens. I want to read this, but I might as well read it from the perspective of having not talked to him yet. We're in an ad. Okay, I'm going to run the ad really quick. See you in 3 minutes.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! Five, four, three, two, one. Time up. This game's winner is Z.
All right. Welcome back. Link wins another one. It's not looking good for Pikachu. 2 rounds left to go. And the score is 8-1. Still wide open if you want to pick who's fighting next. 1,000 channel points to pick a character. And if someone snipes you, you can choose their opponent. Let's see, there's that. All right, stats are updated. And we are back. So I reloaded the save before we talked to the wizard, whose name that I've already forgotten, but we're going to relearn it. And we're going to read this book before we talk to him, and then we're going to say, yes, we read the book. And see if anything's different. If not, no big deal. I still want to read the book either way. Wait, what? Then I saw some words in a language I recognized. Somebody had written some notes in the Ikoku language. Who could have done it? I see, so I can go back to the previous pages after I've read them. Got it. Judging from the ink, the older notes were written years ago. But the newer ones were written only days ago. It smudged when I rubbed it. The ink was not yet dry. They were written by the same person. I realized Simon had been slowly translating this book over the years. Oh, okay. I'm just going to leave myself... Whoa, that was wild. I'm just going to leave myself some space here to finish my previous note, and then I'm going to start taking some new notes on this. Because I think there's going to be a lot of good stuff in here. So, let's see. Simon was translating the Germanic... Do they call it a scripture? Yeah. The Germanic scriptures. Okay. Tried reading it by referring to his partial notes. It says, "This is written by a follower of Saint Ajora Germanic." Germanic. I'd heard that name before. Must have been in history class. Then it came to me. Germanic was the disciple who betrayed Saint Ajora by selling him to the Eudora Empire. Okay. Germanic... betrayed... Saint Ajora. So he is the Judas of the story. It was amazing Germanic's book was even still in existence. Spelled that wrong. Calming myself, I turned the pages. Then, I found something more amazing than the historical legacy in my hands. I thought Gramonic compiled Saint Ajora's words in this book, but I was wrong. It's a record of Saint Ajora's activities. Okay. The scripture is a record of... I'm just going to refer to them as Ajora rather than Saint Ajora, because I feel like they weren't sainted until, you know, they were sainted posthumously. Is a record of Ajora's activities. Activities seems like a weird word to use, but whatever. And not the Saint Ajora we know. Oh. Is a record of Ajora's activities and paints them in a different light. Or I'll say paints them possibly in a different light. A record of Ajora the human. First off, Saint Ajora is not human. What? I'm not a true believer in Globados like Zalbag, but I do believe Saint Ajora was a child of God sent from heaven to save this troubled world. Rather, I should say, I did believe. Okay, so we got to remember that Ramza is talking here. Ramza does not stupid notes camera. That USB cable cannot come fast enough. Can't wait to find out if that's the fix that we need. That'll be so nice. Ramza does not identify as a devout, but he does consider himself somewhat of a believer. This is kind of interesting. I was not expecting this. But his belief has faltered. Maybe he doesn't believe at all anymore. We'll see. I should say I did believe until I read this book. Oh, okay. I see. The book changed his mind. It was the Golden Age when many airships flew all over the sky. Hey, we know about that. The day Saint Ajora was born in Bervenia of Lasalia, he stood up, walked to the well, and said... Wait, the day he was born, he stood up, walked, and spoke? Wow. Calamity will come from this well soon. We must seal it so people don't drink the water. Days later, plague swept over Bervenia. The people who drank the tainted water died. But the only family who believed him didn't get sick and survived. Imagine not believing a baby who walked, talked, and spoke on its first day of life. Since then, people called him Miracle Child, Child of God. When Saint Ajora turned 20, he became a savior and was sent to heaven as a member of God. What? Long before Ivalice was united, it was divided into 7 small kingdoms. Zeltenia, Fovaham, Lionel, Limberry, Lasalia, Galleon, Mirand. As the kingdoms continued to increase their territories, the wars continued. In the several hundred years of war, an ambitious young king was born in Mirand. Though he led an army large enough to cover Ivalice, the way to victory was long and hard. Using the secret method from an ancient book, the king tried to summon an evil spirit and use its power. But the evil spirit killed the king and tried to destroy the world. One brave with 12 followers collected zodiac stones from all over the world and revived them. They destroyed evil in an instant and succeeded in sending the evils back to Hades. Okay, this is confusing. So, this is very important to note. The first time the zodiac stones were assembled, it was to destroy an evil demon. Oops, skipped a word. Evil demon summoned by then king. Done by one brave with 12 followers. Now, is this going to be a Jorah? This is how they became saviors. That's the Zodiac Braves legend. Ever since, every time the world is in danger, they appear, save the world, and disappear. When Saint Jorah was alive, similar things occurred. Similar things. Sky, how are you? Great to see you. Good afternoon to you as well. I'm reading a very confusing story and learning a lot. The king of Limberry summoned an evil spirit to take over Ivalice. The world once again fell into crisis. Saint Jorah collected 12 holy stones, just like the legend. Okay, so Jorah collected the stones to similarly quell an evil spirit, an evil summoned spirit. But this was not the first time the Zodiac stones have been used. Okay, that feels very important because I thought we were pointing towards that being kind of like the initial legend. Formed the braves and killed the evil. But heroes are always a nuisance to rulers of a country. The Eudora Empire was afraid of a Jorah who was gaining power, announcing the arrival of God's kingdom. Eudora sent troops against one of his sects. The priests of Farah, the largest sect then, were afraid of Saint Jorah's power. He was caught and executed at Golgorond. There's so many parallels to the biblical Christ story. It's very brazen. which is fine. It's a, it's a good story to use as a framework. Execution, like, because I think it was like Golgoroth, where Jesus died or whatever, something like that. Execution grounds after. Oh, okay. Executed at Golgorond after Germanic told of his whereabouts for money. Yeah, and then he was sold out by one of his apostles. Ajora was a child of God, and the priests of Farah were smitten by an angry god. Not... I think they meant to write smote. Not smitten. That's really funny. I gotta screen cap that. Oh, Heavenly Father. My goodness, you're so angry. I'm flushed. They had a humiliation kink. All right. Let's screenshot that for the folder. That's awesome. Yeah, what if they do mean smitten? That makes this even more complicated. If they do mean smitten. Smitten by an angry god. That's so funny. That's an incredible grammatical flub. This game has many grammatical flubs, but they're not always funny. After the execution, the base at Farah, Morond sunken by various natural disasters. Wait, what? That is not a complete sentence. After the execution, the base at Farah, Morond, sunken by various natural disasters. So I guess they're saying that Morond was sunk. Diaphilia? I have no idea. I'll defer to y'all. I'll defer to whoever's Googling. This is how Saint Ajora was sent to heaven as a child of God. Sent to heaven. He was murdered. He was executed. And became a member of God. That's a weird choice of words, too. And that's all I know. Anyone in Ikoku knows of the myth of Saint Ajora. But the Saint Ajora in the Germanic scriptures was a totally different person. Ajora was not a child of God, but a human just like us. So this is interesting. This is kind of exploring like different religions' interpretations of like the Jesus Christ story, like kind of like Christian versus Judaism. Like some people believe, oh no, he was actually like a holy figure that came from heaven in the form of a man to do these amazing things, and then, teach us stuff, and then died and rose to heaven or whatever. And then other people are like, no, he was just a guy, and he did really good things as just a guy, but he was just a guy. So it kind of feels like they're kind of exploring that here. An ambitious revolutionary who fought to fulfill his dream. Moreover, he loved peace and was not a hero who risked his life for others. This is what Germanic wrote. But it's also weird to think that it's written by this specific person. Like, how much do we trust the person that sold him out for money? A founder of an advanced new religion, Ajora was a threat to the empire. An advanced new religion. That's such a weird description. How are religions advanced? Ajora had another side to him other than being a priest. He was a spy who entered enemy territory, agitating and gaining information. Yo, I want this Jesus. I want spy Jesus. Anyway, Ajora was a threat to the empire. The enemy sent Germanic to find proof that Ajora was a spy. Yes, Germanic was also a spy of the empire, watching Ajora's activities. They say Ajora tried to revive the Zodiac Braves. Germanic found some holy stones to prove it. What? But what does that have to do with Reformation? I don't know if young King Limberry really summoned an evil spirit. At least, nothing is written about it in the book. However, it's a fact that Morond met with natural disaster and sunk into the sea at the time of Ajora's death. This is where Simon's notes were most interesting. They appeared to be his personal opinion. Despite rumors of its existence, no one ever saw the Germanic scriptures. I don't know whether the book tells the truth or fabricates Ajora's great achievements. When I was a heresy examiner for the church, many examiners felt afraid to show the people the book. The high priest probably felt the same because everything the book said was true. Okay. So, let's write the Germanic scripture or scriptures were likely suppressed. Well, actually, I should have worded this differently. They were definitely suppressed. They were likely suppressed by High Priest I guess we don't know that this is funeral, so I shouldn't write that. This was a long time ago, most likely. Were likely suppressed by High Priest, parentheses, funeral, question mark, or at the time. Because they were true. I wrote that sentence kind of misleadingly, so hopefully it'll make sense to me later. It's likely the scriptures were true because they were suppressed. Still got the notes on the screen. After Ajora's death, the church had to unite Saint Ajora with God, making him divine. Okay, so like they're saying it was to the church's advantage to paint them as a holy figure and kind of use their exploits to propagate their advanced new religion. To do that, unsuitable facts had to be deleted from history, and Saint Ajora had to become a child of God. They were wise to use the Zodiac Brave story, widely believed in Ikoku. Okay, so likely the part that says that Ajora collected the stones isn't true, and it was concocted by the church after the fact. Okay, so let's write... let's say... Glabados Church heavily altered and sanitized Ajora's life story to prop up their religion. So this other part where I wrote down that Ajora did the same thing from the old legend, I'm going to note likely not true, but in the holy texts. Okay. Moving on. It was easy to make people believe the Zodiac Braves, led by Ajora, killed an imaginary evil spirit. When I read this book, I lost my faith. So this is still Simon talking, by the way, in quotes, not Ramza. But I'm not sad, because it inspired me to search for the truth. At the same time, I'm guilty for not bringing it to light, even though I knew the church was lying. Why? Because if I told people about the book, I was afraid they would take the library away from me. I would have been devastated if the library was taken away from me. Because it satisfied my thirst for knowledge. But my curiosity got the best of me. I'm going to get the ads back on the hour. I'm going to run a prediction, and then we're going to run an ad. Link versus Pikachu. Link is heavily favored. 2 minutes to make it interesting. Simon spoke of an imaginary evil. So now this is Ramza talking again. But I sensed a scheme by someone other than the High Priest. After seeing the berserk power of the Holy Stones. So I guess I'm starting to get confused if Holy Stones are actually different from Zodiac Stones. Okay. So we've actually read that book now, which is great. Let's save again. We can save in the same slot, 11. How's it going, Smash? How you doing? Yeah, thank you for here. All right, we're gonna get to see this scene again. And actually, since y'all have seen it before, I'm gonna go ahead and run the ad. See you in 3.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1, go!
Alrighty, folks. I may have to step away in a few minutes here because we are dog sitting this weekend, and Rocky will be arriving shortly. So I'll just have to abruptly jump up in a few minutes here, probably. Let's get our Smash stats updated. Let's see what the prediction looked like. Pikachu wins. Oh my god, someone's getting a massive payout here. The 1%. Massive, massive payout. Congratulations to the Pikachu believer. Whoever you were. That brings our score up to 8-2 after 10 rounds. Which means we'll very likely end up with our classic score of 9-2 if Link wins the last round. And we will randomly generate a character matchup after the next round. We will randomly generate a character matchup after the next round if nobody puts any channel points in. So, there will be a last call after the next round. Man, it is really storming outside. It's really coming down. Okay, let's get back over to the game screen here. Welcome back. We're back at this screen. I decided to pause here because we're going to get something new. I wanted to come back here and see if anything would be different if we told him yes, and I wanted to actually tell him yes, having actually read the book, because it might matter. And it looks like it did, because the last time, this no option wasn't just a flat no. It was no, not yet. So I guess now we can choose to lie, but the game is aware that we looked at it. Return Alma if you don't want the church's lies exposed. You're in no position to demand. You have no choice. Interesting. I gotta go back into the record and learn this guy's name. But this conversation's going completely differently now. You've been warned. So once again, Ramza showing that growth in that he's smart and he knows how to leverage a situation. Alright, so we're going to get our new map points here. Okay, I got to grab the doggo. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I didn't even have time to like hit the BRB button or like turn the music on or anything because it's storming so hard right now that my friend was like getting dumped on trying to get the dog in and like, yeah. He was like on my porch sopping wet. Luckily there's a cover, so he wasn't just standing in the rain. But just like the trip from the car with the stuff. So yeah, I didn't want him standing out there for any longer than he had to be. Okay, so we just learned a few things. I want to go back into Brave Story, and now the Brave Story is kind of like spoiling this guy's name, which is interesting. His name is Malak. What was my highlighter color from Al-Aslam's record? Did I have one? Because green is where to go next. Purple is shops. Oh, I think it's blue. Yes, blue is Al-Aslam's record. Okay, so I'm going to write a few things here about Malak. We know that sometimes the things that are printed in Al-Aslam's record are not true. So it's important for me to write them down because a lot of times I'll go back and look at my notes and I need to know if something is like empirically true or not. Or if it's like conjecture. Okay. So I should probably just go to the next page and just waste a line there. Because I don't want to start that on the line at the very bottom of the page and then have to continue it at the next. Okay, so here we go. Let's get the notes back up here. The exotic wizard that confronts us. Hello, Rocky. If you hear whining, it's Rocky. Rocky's kind of a whiner. He doesn't really like rain either, so it's going to be a fun weekend. That confronts the exotic wizard that confronts Ramza in Dorder. Oh, don't do that. Is named Malak Galthana. Let's see. Okay. He is an orphan of the 50-Year War. And was brought up by Baron 10, which is, I believe, the first time we've ever heard of this group. But all the ones ending in 10 are like groups of fighters, fighting forces. Brought up by Baron 10. And he is a member of Kamuja. Hello? Yo, MN, welcome in, dude. How are you? What was going on today? A member of Kamuja, which is an elite assassination group. That's intense. Welcome to the note zone. Yo, what's up, Nurst? How are you? Got that hard body. You were playing hard body today? What a cursed pinball machine. Okay, and this is where I'm really confused. He thinks of the prince as his real father. He's forced to fight against his real sister, Rafa, who is an enemy to the prince. We don't know who Rafa is, and we don't know which prince he is referring to. There are 3 princes currently in our story. So, that's kind of annoying. Oh, I see what you're going for, Nurst. I see what you're going for. I appreciate a bad joke. I'm doing well. I'm doing great. It's stormy. I got my matcha. We're playing tactics. It's a beautiful thing. What else do I want to write about this guy? Oh, I want to write the prince thing. So, okay. Malak thinks of the prince, parentheses, question mark, as his real father, and fights his sister Rafa in the name of said prince. So yeah, we don't know which prince this is, and then we're gonna put a blue highlighter in the margin here, and this is to denote that this isn't something that we witnessed. This is something that we read in Al-Islam's record, because that is an important distinction. I know it's stormy, Rocky. I'm sorry, dude. And your dad just dropped you off. Now you're stuck here with me and Gobi. Stormy over there as well. Yeah, I don't mind a storm when it's novel and when I don't have to go anywhere. Which for me, one of those two things is true. I don't have to go anywhere. It doesn't really feel novel right now, though. It's been rainy for like 2 weeks, so I'm kind of sick of it. If I could control the weather, it would rain like once every 45 days. And it would be bright and beautiful and colorful and sunny all the rest of the time. Okay, we're done in here. Let's save again. And then this will be save slot 12. It's been the same over there as well. Nurst, are you a Final Fantasy fan? Where do you land? I know you like RPGs, but are you a Final Fantasy fan? I know for some people that's like the basic choice, and it's not as interesting as other RPGs, or maybe you liked them a long time ago, but you've moved on to something more deep or complex or something. Or maybe you just hate them, which is also totally fine. I'm just curious. This is going to be called Post Malak Encounter. Well, I shouldn't say encounter, because that's going to make me think it was a fight. Post Malak meeting in Dorter. You don't hate it, you don't dislike it. Okay, go on. But, I'm waiting for the but. But you haven't played it much. Only one you've played religiously is Crystal Chronicles. Interesting. I do love me some Crystal Chronicles. I dream of having a dedicated group of 3 other humans and myself that can play the game at a regular interval. Like, co-op on the couch next to each other. I have all the gear for it. I just need the people. Okay, let's take a look. We don't need to change anything with our formation because we already did that. So, okay, we're at a bit of a crossroads here. We're headed towards a castle and a fort city. We're going to run into some battles along the way and a bunch of story. We desperately need to spend this new money that we have acquired on some heavy armor. The only places where we can get the heavy armor are Lionel Castle and Igros Castle. So it's very possible that the same gear, or even better gear, would be available at Rio Vanes. But we might really wish that we had that gear while we're doing these, presumably at least 3, probably 4 fights before we get there. So I don't think we can hold out for even this city having the armor that we need. I think we have to go get the armor right now. I will definitely avoid random encounters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's an 8-day round trip to go to Igros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And a 10-day round trip to go to Lionel. We have... we do have some NPCs on a quest at Lionel that we could get back if we went over there. And then we'll be very close to this Dorter quest being done when we get here. Again. So I think even though Lionel is 2 days longer, that's probably the way to go. Because we might get something good from the side quest. Might as well. And then we can send those 2 people out on another one. If you go to Texas again, maybe you'll be able to jump for a short while. You were in Texas not too long ago. In March. Oh, nice. Yeah, let a guy know. Yeah, this would be a very serious endeavor, Nurst. Whoever commits to playing Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles with me is on the hook for a lot. Just in general, but time-wise as well. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go down to Lionel. We're gonna shop. We're gonna check out some side quests along the way, but we are not going to do any random encounters. 0. So we're gonna have to move one tile at a time and save every time we don't get a random encounter. So we have saved on the tile that we're currently on. Let's take a look at some things here before we move away. First of all, are there any new... Yes, there is one new rumor. Okay, let's check this out. The rumor about the death of the Marquis Elmdor in battle. Oh, you played some 14, but you got bored of it. Yeah, 14's not for me. MMOs are not for me. For so many reasons. Known as the Silver Nobleman to his allies and Silver Ogre to his enemies, Marquis Elmdor was hit by a stray arrow at the battle at Fuss Plains and died. His people believed in him and thought he was a devout believer in the Glabados Church. Many visit his grave to pay their respects. Since he was the leader that supported the Goltana army, the war effort will be affected. Okay, so let's make a quick note here. Camera's frozen. Played FF10 once, beat it, but you were tired of it. Okay, so we're gonna write Marquis Elmdor. Wait, why am I writing in orange? Dang it. He's a person. Oh, because I'm gonna use the orange highlighter. That's when my brain got mixed up. Marquis Elmdor has died in battle. Now, this may not be true because this is a rumor, but because I'm going to mark it as a rumor, I can write it as empirically as it's written here. Marquis Elmdor has died in battle. He was a supporter of Goltana and a devout believer in Glabados Church. Maybe the church killed him. To harm Goltana. Alright. Cool. Usually we only get new tavern rumors at the beginning of a chapter, so it's kind of cool to get a mid-chapter one there. Unexpected. No propos here. This one's in progress. Okay, let's shop. Dorter does not have the army that, or the armory that we're looking for. The armor, is what I'm trying to say. We do have a new ninja sword. However, I don't know that Matsuo is going to stay a ninja. We haven't decided that yet. Black hood. This is new. So this is considered light armor. And this is also light armor? Yeah, this is the same thing. We've heavily invested in heavy armor. And all of our characters have the ability to wear heavy armor. But our magic users often still opt for light armor so that they can have more MP. This is a decent upgrade for Salome. She doesn't really need the 2 extra attack points from the Twist Headband because she's rarely going to be attacking. But we're pretty much trying to push heavy armor on everybody. So I don't think I need to buy any black hoods. Ooh, physical +2. This is kind of huge. This could be a good thing for Matsuo. Rocky. And this is also good for Veronica. Veronica's going to be a monk for a while, so this might be worthwhile for her. We could end up finding out that we'd rather have the heavy armor. Excuse me. But it's hard to say. I guess we're going to end up back here without doing any battles. So I think what we'll do is we'll make a judgment call on all this stuff when we get back. After we've purchased the heavy armor. There's some new stuff here too. The reflect ring gives you permanent reflect. Magic ring prevents silence and berserk. That's a good one. 108 gems. Cancels undead, bloodsuck, frog, and poison. Oh, and it makes all of your elements stronger. Wow. Oh, finally! Finally! Okay, a jade armlet prevents stop. We're gonna need these when we see... Oh, sorry, the notes are still on screen. We're gonna need these when we see, what's his face? Ygraph again. Because Ygraph is constantly inflicting stop. I can technically afford 5 of these, but that's basically all of my money. And I don't think we're gonna see Ygraph for a while. But I'm going to make a note here. Buy Jade Armlet. Accessory. We also have a ton of stuff that we can sell. We've like never sold anything for stop, resist. This is the only thing that we've seen so far that allows us to resist stop, other than that barrette that we can't actually access that Alma was wearing. I'm going to highlight purple next to this because it's shop related. Okay. What else we got? The rest of these we've all seen before. Oh, this is new. The elf mantle is new. So this is going to be an upgraded version of the wizard mantle. So it gives you an immediate 25% dodge chance on basically everything, which is pretty awesome. We currently have everybody wearing these Germanus boots, move +1, jump +1, which is pretty awesome, especially while we work towards fly on everybody, which is going to take a while. So I don't know, maybe once everybody has fly, we switch them over to this. That's a long way from now. All right. Let's go ahead and sell some stuff, actually. We got a bunch of stuff we can sell. Rocky. We probably only need one of these battle dicts because we're only going to have one calculator. So I can sell 2 of those. Let's see. What else can I get rid of? These Mirasames are outclassed by the Heavens Cloud. We're never going to have more than one Samurai Sword user. Can get rid of this. We can probably get rid of every staff that we have. Maybe that's a bad idea. I'll keep the, what was it? The healing staff? We'll keep that one, but I'll get rid of all these other ones. I'll keep the crossbow. I'll keep the coral sword. Platina dagger? 900. Eh. We have a better rod, right? Yeah, we have a better rod. I wish I could sort these by type. This would make this process a lot easier. The Mage Masher doesn't... Oh, it adds silence. Okay. The Mithril Sword. We can definitely sell all 3 of these. These are junk. Flame Rod, we can sell 2... Bronze Shield, goodbye. Buckler, goodbye. Longbow, goodbye. Iron Sword, goodbye. Long Sword, goodbye. Blonde Knife, goodbye. Mithril Knife. Yeah, all this like really low level stuff can go. Okay. That already, that was a ton. That got us 30,000. Oh, we got the Barrette. We actually have the Barrette now. Okay, cool. I'm only going to sell the low level... Well, maybe I'll wait... Actually, I'll wait to sell armor until we've bought the heavy armor that we're going to buy. I'll do all our equips, and then we'll really, really know what we're not using. That sounds good. Because we are going to need this money. It's going to be very expensive to buy all this armor. Let's save again. We can use the same slot. That's fine. Let me write that down. So this is post Dorter rumor and shop sales. Okay, so now we're gonna start walking. We don't want to hit any random encounters on our way to Lionel and back, so we'll probably have to reset a couple of times. Oh, this is unexpected. We're getting hit with a cutscene as soon as we leave Dorter. Maybe this would happen if we were going north and it doesn't matter which direction. But I'm glad we saved. I wasn't expecting this. The ruins of Zeltenia Castle's church. It's Delita. Okay, and that looks like Ovelia. Okay, so yeah, this is just a timed cutscene, I think. At the ruins of Zeltenia Castle's church. Delita is talking with Ovelia. So, here you are. Everyone was looking for you. Something wrong? Oh, I shouldn't talk to a princess in such a way. Stop it! By your leave, your most gracious majesty. Is he, like, patronizing her? Please stop. Sorry, I apologize. What are you going to do with me? I'm not Ovelia, you know. I'm worth nothing to you. Wait, what? Hold on. She says she is not Ovelia. And asks what will be done with her. Not even worth leaving alive. Yes, you're not Ovelia. We don't know your real name, or even if you're a noble or a commoner. What did my life mean all these years? Raised as a substitute? Amusing, isn't it? A princess must live her life quietly in a monastery away from the capital. I'd often wondered why only I had to live like that. Why only I had to live like that. But if my suffering would keep Evilise in peace, then I thought I could endure it. What was all the grief and isolation I suffered for? You and I are the same. Miserable people forced to live false lives. Okay, this is compelling. So, Delita shows empathy / compassion for Ovelia and relates to her as another person forced to live a live an arranged and false life. We learn that our Ovelia is a substitute for the real one. And that she is aware of this and distraught by it. Now, it could be that this isn't true and she's being told this for some reason. But given that they wanted her to ascend to the throne previously, I'm guessing this is probably true. But I'm wondering, like, either how they found out or if they knew the whole time why they're choosing to tell her now. Because before, they were, like, speculating, and they were like, oh, well, maybe she's not the real Ovelia, but it doesn't matter, it still serves our purpose to get her on the throne. So what's changed? Always being used by someone. Try hard and you'll be rewarded, they say. Lies. Only those close to the top are rewarded without trying. It's the way of the world. But wait, you just screwed up your own argument, Delita. The people at the top are rewarded without trying, but you said that if you try, you're not rewarded. Kind of got mixed up there. Most people have to act the roles given to them. Then again, most of them haven't even noticed they're even acting. No way I'd do that. I won't be used. I'll be the one using. Those who used me must pay for what they've done. What will you do? Okay, I want to write this down. So, Delita harbors strong contempt for people who manipulate and use others and seeks revenge on those he feels have done so to him. We already know this, but I just want to record that he talked about this with Ovelia. Oh, nice. Got a package. Trust me, Ovelia. I'll make a country worthy of you. I'll make your life shine. Let me guide you. Don't cry like that. Should I trust you? I won't betray you. I swear by my dead sister Teta. So please don't cry. He better not be lying to her. Because then he's like becoming the thing that he's swearing to destroy. So, okay. Additional notes here. Delita vows to create a country worthy of Ovelia's rule. They hug. Okay, so that was just meant to be like a scene that we would see like on our way to our next destination, except spoilers, we're not going that way. I'm gonna save again in the same slot, just so that if we have to reset because of a random encounter, we don't have to mash through that scene again. So yet another save on file 12 here. And we got an encounter at Uruguay. So we're gonna have to reset. Excuse me. Rocky and Gobi are playing out there and they just knock something over. Can you take it easy, Rocco? I know you're excited. But I have a feeling that was probably your fault. But it could have been Gobi. Alright, let's try this again. It wasn't something big. It was just like something fell off it. Like some little metal thing fell off a shelf. And now Rocky thinks that I'm telling him that he can't play. And he's like, what the hell, man? So he's going to start pouting again. Got it again. Okay. I have no idea how the RNG for this works. If it's the same every time, if it's varied in some way based on the location or based on where you're at in the story or what. But based on everything we've seen, it's definitely possible to always get an encounter, and it's definitely possible to never get an encounter. Because we've always been able to bend this to our will, depending on what we're trying to do. So I have no reason to believe that I'll always get an encounter on this tile when it's green. So we're just going to keep doing it till we don't get one. And we may have to do this quite a bit to get to Lionel and back without an encounter. So strap in. And I suppose I could do this during the lunch hour, if possible. Could probably do that one-handed. Shouldn't be too much trouble. Did Ramza's Brave go up? I think it did. I don't remember Ramza's Brave being 74. I feel like it was like 70 or 71. That would be an interesting thing to scrub the VOD for. Maybe it's like a chapter thing, like his Brave went up in chapter 3. That'd be kind of cool. Alright, let me try like moving my cursor around a little bit to like get different RNG, because I'm sure every time I soft reset the game, the RNG is like reset a little bit too, so I should probably not do this exactly the same way every time. There we go. You cannot wait to answer questions after the game is done. Yeah, I'm in no rush to finish the game, SNES. Certainly. I want this to be a slow play. But I am interested to see how many questions I end up with at the end of the game. Because, like, with as many facets of the story that there are right now, and, like, all the different things that are going on and all the different factors, it's actually surprisingly clear. Like, there are questions, but, like, the broad strokes are much clearer than I anticipated. Okay, so we're gonna just call this Aragway no Rando. Now let's try Zyrkyle. Okay, nice. We got 2 in a row, so we're gonna save again. 14. Zyrkyle. No Rando. Alright, Zaland Fort City. And I think the Fort Cities have, like, archer stuff? Do we have a Propo here? We do. But it's not going to be done for a while. Let's check out these other ones. Even though we can't do it. Ancient Treasures. Abandoned Mine. Unexplored. Oh, see, I really want to do this one. So maybe on the way back, we'll send our people that are at Lionel to this one. Or no, wait, they're in Dorter. Ah. I wish I could put more stock in these Propos. They interest me, but I'm just so afraid that I'm going to get punished for going too far out of my way to do them all. More than I get rewarded. Alright, let's save again. Number 15. This is Zaland. Alright. No encounter at Barrios. Awesome. Okay, slot 1. Barrios, no Rando. And down to Lionel. Alright. Time for some big shoppies. But first, let's find out how we did with our trade ship doing. We left Lionel Castle and went to the recovery site of the trading vessel Doing. This sure was the right job. That area was famous for its riptides, but we tried our best. As a result, we were able to recover it. Various cargo was found in the recovered vessel, but nothing really all that great. But I guess this was a success. Next time. Wow, see, look how terrible this was. We got no money, no items, and basically no job points, even though that doesn't even really matter, because we're not ever going to use these characters. So that was horrible. Some sort of ruin at Dogala Pass. An intense light flashed for a moment, and it was gone. Was it the unexplored region? So there's this Mirage Tower thing that's teasing us. Yo, what's up, Draconics? We have not chosen the red Corner Smash character. It's wide open. Some sort of a ruin. Everybody thinks they have found the unexplored region. Viscount. What the heck is a Viscount? Phantom Thief 0. He's a Phantom Thief. His sword skills are amazing. Cool. Yeah, I'm so curious about these. This is totally something I'd want to spend more time on in a replay. So still a long time before they're done with this. But it's back at Dorter. So yeah, I don't think I want to send anybody on a Propo over here because it's so far out of the way from where we're going to be for a long time. Dorter is excusable. Okay, but we're here to shop. We're here to shop. We want to buy some heavy armor. Ooh, there's a new dagger as well. And a new sword. Ooh, diamond sword. This is the one that we broke from Ygraph. So I'm glad that we didn't care too much about trying to steal it. Now it's purchasable. We've got some axes. We've never used an axe. A flame whip. Whoa. So a ninja has a chance to cast Fire 2 after an attack. That's pretty cool. Got some new crossbows. Got a new bow. A Viscount. Nobles that do justice and tax collection. Huh. Yeah, I'm sure they do a lot of justice. We got a partisan. 11 versus 10. Okay. Ooh, the Aegis Shield is purchasable. Unexpected. Magic resist or magic evade plus 50%. Holy moly. And then we have a diamond shield as well. Oh, we're gonna need so much money. Alright, so the diamond helmet is our new helmet. Diamond armor is our new armor. So basically, we want to get 5 of each of these. Well, not 5. Okay. So first off, let's go into the formation screen here. I'm going to open a prediction for the next ad because it's coming up soon, and I'll probably forget if I don't do it now. This is the final round of Link versus Pikachu. Link is up 8-1. Or 8-2. Okay, I'm going to revisit every character's like long-term trajectory here. So for Ramza, we were trying to figure out if we liked any of the samurai skills. And we still haven't really answered that question. So I'm going to give him some of these skills. We were interested in these 4, or these 3, but they need to be like charged up before you can use them, and we don't really know what that means yet. So we're going to experiment with that and find out what we really think of Samurai. He already knows all the monk skills. That's his subclass. We want to keep going with that. So he's pretty close to where he's going to end up. Roberto is basically there. So Roberto does not need heavy armor. We want him to continue to use a gun, which means he can't wear the heavy armor. He's going to be out of the line of fire most of the time. So That's another good reason for him to not need heavy armor. All we care about for him basically is MP and decent HP. Roberto's basically done. We want him to learn more white magic. So at some point we probably need to swap him back over to priest, so that he's earning JP for priest. It shouldn't really affect his stats too much. But we also want to try out calculator. So maybe we'll do that when we get to the first, like, new random encounter. But for now, let's make him a priest. Calculator, bro. Oh, he actually got a little bit more. Oh, I see. Wait. Yes, we had him with this. 20 less HP, but 22 more MP. I think that's the correct answer for now. But yeah, he's essentially the same otherwise. We're just changing what he's earning JP for. He doesn't need any more Bard JP. That's fine. Technically, he's helping people get closer to move +3, but I'm more interested in fly, and Salome's taking care of that. Salome is basically done. Salome is going to stay a dancer to get everybody slowly towards learning fly instead of move +2. I think that's going to be worth it. And her secondary skill being steal is going to be very situational. She's going to spend most of her time just dancing. I don't think there's anything else that we would really want her to learn from Thief. There, you know, maybe steel accessory or steel helmet at some point. Don't care about any of the rest of these. So, steel heart could come in handy, but I'll hang on to the balance just in case we end up needing to work towards an accessory or a helmet. And she doesn't need any more JP for dancer, but everybody else does. Because I'd like to get fly for everybody. Because it seems pretty awesome. And she has equipped shield from Knight. So she is all set. Salome is all set. Don't plan to make any changes. Matsuo is at a crossroads. And let's put a pin in that. I need to run the ad. It's time to switch over to the lunch hour. If I have time, I probably won't do any of this during that because I'll want to just switch back over. But I need to feed the little guy and feed myself a little something. So we're going to switch over to a Smash ad break. I'm going to get us set up for an automated game of Fortune Street. I'll go off camera but stay on mic and we can chat during the lunch break. If you're only here for Final Fantasy Tactics, come check back in around 2:30, 2:40 in about 30 to 40 minutes. And we'll be getting back to the game for the second half of the stream. Otherwise, I'll see you on the other side of the ad. And thanks for being here.
Free for all! Three, two, one, go! This game's winner is Pikachu.
All right, let's get this game of Fortune Street started. Pikachu wins again. Unbelievable. Absolutely shocking the world. I hope it was a great matchup. Everybody believed in Pikachu this time. Well, you get your points back. So, our final score for this matchup is going to be 8-3. Very uncommon score. But interestingly, the same as the score of the last matchup. And those are the only 2 times that score has ever happened. Alright, so last call if you want to pick the next characters who are going to fight. 1,000 channel points if you want to pick. If someone snipes you, you can choose the opponent. But it's currently wide open. I will need to randomly generate one in about 30 seconds here. While I get everything reset. Rocky, you are a whiny guy, man. Okay, let's get the scores reset back to 0. Alright, let's see what random matchup is being recommended here. So it looks like we're going to have... oh, we need to generate a different one. That's not going to work. How about... so let's see, that would be Yoshi versus Link. That also doesn't work. We don't want repeat characters. Jigglypuff versus Mario. Okay. Would that work? Have we done that matchup before? Let's see. We have not. All right, so our new matchup for the next 11 rounds, next 11 ad breaks, is going to be Jigglypuff versus Mario. So let me get that set up really quick. So let's see. Red corner is Jigglypuff. Accidentally made him blue. And blue corner is Mario. All right, and now we can go out to lunch. Welcome back. We need to select 4 random characters here. Today we're gonna have, Let's do big brawlers today. We'll do Bowser, Wario, DK, and Carver. All the big bruisers. Bruiser squad. The boys! And we'll go to... let's do a Mario level today. How about... we'll do Peach's Castle. Do-do-do-do. We get the Super Mario RPG song. Shout out. This is an interesting song to have in this game because it's a Nintendo game published by Square Enix, and it's a song from a game that was a collaboration between those two entities back in the day that's kind of never happened again. This soundtrack was trapped in limbo from a licensing standpoint for a really, really long time until they made the remake a couple of years ago. So that was a big moment for the VGM remix scene. Because if you want to officially license a cover of a VGM song and like be able to sell it in a way that's legal in the eyes of the United States, you know, you got to pay royalties and pay for licensing and stuff. But you can only do that if the song has a United States physical release of music, which Mario RPG did not have. There was no like official Mario RPG CD or vinyl or anything like that in the United States, so you couldn't legally license music from it, which really sucks because it's an amazing soundtrack and everybody in the scene wanted to do it. But when they made the remake, the soundtrack got released on streaming platforms, which counts for a licensing perspective. I said physical, but it doesn't have to be physical. It just has to be officially licensed. But now there is one, so that's great. Okay, the game is running. I'm gonna go heat up some food for myself. Oh, and I just saw that SNES picked Fox. Shoot. SNES, are you cool if I just put Fox in the next one? It doesn't show me that in the main thing that I used to look at chat, and I forgot about that. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, cool. You're cool with that? Alright, cool. I figured you would be, but wanted to ask. Alright, I'll be right back. All right. Yeah. Thank you, and thank you for doing that, SNES. I apologize for missing it, but we'll get him in there. All the matchups will get done. All right. Lunch is served. This is a strange mix of girl dinner and boy dinner, but I'm pretty excited about it. The lady made some incredible pan-fried chicken last night. Just randomly on a whim. She's like, I'm making chicken. I said, okay. It's one of the best things she's ever made. Like, holy crap. She's like, oh yeah, I just found a recipe. And I was like, oh, okay. Can we have this, like, often, please? Because damn. And then I've got some cornbread, just from a box mix. I've got some baby carrots. I've got some raspberries. And I have a piece of chocolate chip banana zucchini bread, which was also made by the lady. This chicken is absurd, though. It's incredible. When she was making it, I was just like, oh yeah, this looks good. And then I ate it, and I was like, Jesus. What did you do? And the little guy's almost done. He's doing really good today. He's concentrating, eating fast. He doesn't really seem hungry still, but he's eating fast. So maybe he's a little hungry. He only truly seems hungry first thing in the morning when he wakes up and at night, when he does his big eat before going to bed for a long time. Those are the only times he seems hungry in like a long time. Well, the Fortune Street game is very even so far. It's obviously still very early, but sometimes we have early leaders emerging by quite a bit, only after just a few turns. Sorry for plate noises. Trying to keep it to a minimum. All right, he's all done. I'm going to move him into his spot and then finish up my stuff, and we'll be ready to switch back over. All right. I'm going to pick at this a little bit more, and then we'll switch back over. The lady came home early. So the lady's here. And I said hi to her. That was a nice surprise. Still really even match here so far. The Bruisers are playing fair. Playing tight. Maybe there's something to the symmetry of this map as well. All right, I'm gonna go take care of my dishes, and we'll get back to tactics. All right, let's do this. Oh, that was close. Got a little too excited there. Didn't realize. Okay, there we go. Everything's fine. That over there. Grab this. Grab this. There we go. Now, get that set. All right, and it's time to say goodbye to Fortune Street, folks. I know you're really sad. I know you wish we could just sit here all day and look at this. But we're gonna go back to tactics. So let me do this. There goes the capture. And boom, we're back. Back to tactics. Okay, so we're looking at our party formation here. We made it to Lionel. We're here to buy heavy armor. And basically we're taking stock of our characters so we can figure out how many pieces of heavy armor do we need. And we're kind of like reassessing everybody's long-term trajectory for what class we want to put them in. I think the answer appears to be that we're going to have 3 heavy armor characters and 2 mixed / light armor characters. So Salome is never going to have heavy armor because she has to choose, well, she has to choose between shield and armor. Which I guess, depending on the mission, we might flip-flop, so maybe that's worth buying a 4th set of armor, but probably we would just let her have a set of hand-me-downs that everybody else is currently wearing, and then Roberto's never going to have armor because we want him to have a gun. Yeah, shield during dances seems really good, and, you know, just if she's getting attacked, it gives her a better chance to dodge. She can counter. She is pretty strong with her dagger. Yes, we need him to have a gun. That's right. We have a white mage gun bard, and I love it, and we're never changing it. So yeah, that's what we're looking at for Salome. Salome's going to be a dancer for a very long time. So what will probably happen is whenever we either get sick of this, or we need her to flex to something else, or everybody learns fly, we'll probably switch her to a class that can wear armor, you know, and then have dance as her sub-ability. But it's going to be a really long time before we get to that point, most likely, and there will be new armor by that point. So, we're not going to buy an extra set of armor now for that eventuality. That's not a good idea. So, we need to figure out what's going on with Matsuo. Everybody else is going to be on the trajectory that they're on for a while. I would really like for Veronica to learn all of these monk skills. It would be cool to have her like max out all of the physical classes, but for right now, monk seems like the best one for me to focus on because it has really, really useful skills. It's such a good mix of things. As for her secondary ability, having black magic, I guess, is okay. But it's not really super high priority. We could give her another spell if the opportunity came up, but I'm not going to precog that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Veronica's final trajectory is going to look like. It'll probably be pretty similar to Ramza. She'll be some kind of melee weapon user with Monk as the sub-ability, but I don't know if she's going to be a Lancer, or a Knight, or a Samurai. Those are pretty much the only choices. Maybe we'd goof around with Geomancer, like an armored Geomancer or something. That could be kind of fun. But it's going to be a long time before we get to that point. So Veronica's where she's at for a long time. Ramza, Roberto, Salome as well. They're going to be where they're at for a long time. But Matsuo could move around. The only reason he's a ninja right now is to be able to use 2 swords. He can finally afford it, and we can move him to something else. The question is, what would we want that to be? It would either need to be something more useful, or something that we would like everybody to be earning JP for. The answer could be Geomancer, actually. The problem with 2 swords, though, is 2 swords takes away his ability to use armor. So the only way he can use 2 swords and armor is to either be an armored class or to be a ninja, and then supplement the other. And I'm pretty sure... Let me double check. Yeah, Geomancers cannot wear heavy armor. But that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world, because if we switch him to being a Geomancer, we wouldn't worry about 2 swords because he would use an axe, which requires both hands. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe we mess around with Matsuo as a Geo. Because we like everybody getting a little bit of Geomancer, because let me go back to my job sheet here, so I don't have to look at it. Well, actually, I'm right here in the wheel. Well, no, but he's, yeah, okay. 1 second. So, okay, I forgot to write this down. Hold on a second. Oops, I just accidentally made him a thief. And then made him a samurai. And then back to a ninja. The ninja sprite is just so cool, too. Okay, hold on. Let me look at something here. There's something that I forgot to write down. Okay, so Bard is level 4 Summoner and level 4 Mediator. I forgot to write that down in my sheet. That was the last one that we unlocked. So, in order for everybody to open up the Dancer class, they need level 4 Geomancer and level 4 Lancer. Now, we don't want to make everyone a Dancer, but we do want them to have access to Dancer abilities because that's where Fly is. So by Matsuo becoming either a Lancer or a Geomancer, he's giving that experience to everybody else as well. And pretty much everybody needs it. Roberto will eventually do the same thing with Bard, in case we decide we want to go for move +3 instead of Fly, but I think Fly is the play. It's going to be a while before Roberto goes back to Bard from Priest. He's going to be Priest for a long time. So, let's mess around with this. We're going to make Matsuo a Geomancer. I wonder if axes are going to be wildly inaccurate in this game. We will find out. If they are, we'll probably immediately pivot. But for the time being... oh, and it just so happens that he learned 2 of these skills from an enemy. So that's kind of fun. I gotta imagine that the lower ones are the more common terrain. But these are so hard to think about. Like, ground type book is wild. Or moss or coffin. Like, we haven't seen a coffin yet. These skills seem really cool. It just seems really hard to predict when you can use them. Like, it seems like you would need to just learn all of these and then have a decent guess about what kind of terrain that you're on. Roof, sky, chimney. Snow, ice. Sand area. Salt. Like, so many of these are, like, weirdly spoilers, too. Like, we've never been on a lot of these types of terrain, so it's like, oh, that exists, apparently. Apparently we're going to be fighting on salt at some point. Swamp marsh and poisoned marsh are fairly common. Rug, box, stairs, deck. Like, they're so specific. I'm just going to... For the sake of my sanity, I'm just going to go down the list in order. For better or for worse. Attack up is also somewhat intriguing, but we don't know the percentage. Okay, so instead of... we're going to keep him with equip armor, and then I think keeping the off-white magic is good. I think we'll keep that. Oh, and they can use shields. Interesting. Well, we're going to give him an axe, because I want to see how that goes. Okay, now we're ready to shop. We're finally ready to shop. This would be a new dagger for Salome. Decreases her dodge percentage by 35% for only 1 attack point. I don't think that's worth it, to be honest. So I don't think I'm going to buy that. Because she doesn't attack that often. She probably is going to get attacked more often than she attacks. So that 40% evade is pretty awesome. So we're going to keep that as it is. And then Diamond Sword. Geomancers can use swords. What's the attack power on this? 10. Okay, so we're going to cross-reference that with the axes. It might also be a good idea to just have a backstock of a couple of these in case we have to swap to knights for a Y-graph type situation. So that's something to consider too, but I'll probably do it after we've bought everything else that we want. And then the sword that causes sleep. We've seen this a couple times too, but not in a shop. Ancient sword is don't move. Okay, what does this axe do? Attack power 16 and can add slow. So the question is the trade-off for this just that you have to use 2 hands and you have no shield, or is it also wildly inaccurate? We're gonna spend 12,000 to find out. So 1 slasher, please. And then for shields, 50% magic dodge is really cool, but I think I have to go with the diamond shield overall. Now, how many of these are we gonna need? Maybe just 1 for Salome, unless we decide to take Ramza down to 1 sword. But if we decide to take Ramza down to 1 sword, we can probably live with him just having a flame shield, which is also good. Or the ice shield. Those are both still plenty fine. So let's do a count on these helmets here. So we need 3 sets of heavy armor. So that's 12,000. Or sorry, 18,000 plus 18,000. So that's 36k for armor. That's actually not too bad. So let's buy 3 of these. And we'll buy 3 of these. If we end up having to reclass the other 2 characters for a tough fight into armor, I think they'll be okay with hand-me-downs. But, you know, we won't know until we get there. But it's hard for me to justify spending an extra 24,000 on an insurance policy that we may not end up using. Especially since I also want to spend 12,000 on this shield. So if I don't buy the extra armor, that leaves me enough for a couple of diamond swords as well, which I like. I guess also, well, no, I want to keep trying. That's the same attack power as Heaven's Cloud, I believe. I want to keep trying Samurai for a little bit. I want to figure out how Samurai works before I abandon it. I kind of want to buy this Partisan, but I don't know if anybody's going to end up using a spear. So let's buy the Diamond Shield. And let's buy... I feel like I gotta buy 2 diamond swords. Either to double equip on one character or to spread around. I may regret these. But yeah, I mean, always having swords ready, it's kind of, yeah, that was kind of a problem the last couple of fights that we had, so I kind of don't want to get caught in that situation again. Okay, let's do our equips. Oh yeah, I want to check this really quick. Oh, it's 11. Okay, so this is actually more powerful than the diamond sword. That's good to know. Okay, so Matsuo is going to take this wild axe. $16 attack power is nuts. That's far beyond anything we've seen. Okay, and then diamond shield for Salome. Okay. And now we can do the armor equips. So you get a diamond helmet, and you get a diamond armor. And then Matsuo gets the same. And then Veronica gets the diamond helmet, but the diamond armor, she loses 1 attack point. Is that worth 20 HP? Probably. Okay. And then why are you wearing the red shoes? That must have just been an artifact of something. Much rather you have... I mean, she definitely doesn't need jump +1. Because she can fly. So I don't think that matters. So I don't know, maybe we put her back in a mantle. It'd be better for her to dodge stuff than for her to have a magic buff. She would lose the move, though. So I don't know. We'll go Germanus just for now, so we have a different plan. Is it worth her losing 36 HP and 2 attack power to become immune to a bunch of stuff? I feel like this is also situational. Like, this is easily something where we just swap it when we find out that a battle has this. I'm not opposed to that at all. Opening a prediction for the next ad break. This is a new matchup. We have Jigglypuff versus Mario. 2 minutes to get a wager in. Fresh matchup. We have no idea about anything. Yeah, we're just going to leave that barrette alone. I don't know how we got that from Alma, but we won't ask questions. Okay, so I think we're set on equipment now. When we stop back at the Fort City, I want to look at the light equipment, and we might want to get something for Roberto. But I think everybody else is good. We do need to buy 5 Jade Armlets, though, unfortunately, which is 50,000. So, when we get there... Oops, not the bar. I wonder if I can sell anything to get back to that much. Wait, is the ninja knife better or the hidden knife? 8. Okay, so ninja knife is 9. Okay, so I should get rid of both or all of these hidden knives. We can get rid of all those. Platinum dagger can go. Mage Masher can probably go. It's just not worth that much. Okay. Cross is better than gold, right? Yeah. And Mithril is worse than gold. Okay, so we can definitely sell this. And I think I can sell all these, too. The bronze helmet is even worse. Iron helmet. All that can go. The gold armor we need to keep 2 of them for Roberto and Salome. So we'll get rid of those. And then we would need the 2 cross helmets for them as well. So maybe I sell 1 cross helmet. And then all this like light armor stuff is outdated. But I want to wait to look at the light armor when we get to the next shop. So let me just do the heavy armor. Who is wearing this other gold armor? It must be Agrius or... what's his name? We want to get rid of these battle boots. 500 each. 4,000. Eh. What are the wizard mantles worth? They're worth 1,000 each. Oof. These might be worth letting go of. We could definitely let go of this one. That's not worth anything, though. And there's no, like, loot items in this game. When did we get an elixir? Huh. Alright, that didn't get us to 50k, but... Alright, let's do a save. This is going to be slot 2. And this is post Lionel shops and equips. Okay, so now we need to get back to Zaland without a rando. Cool. So this will be slot 3. Gobi, you just got snubbed so hard. She went to go lay by Rocky, and he just immediately got up and moved to a different spot. He's like, you're too close to me, bro. Okay. We can wait to save until after we shop. So, SS3 was... Barrios. Alright, let's see what we got here. So, this place has light armor. Oh, and a new rod. Innocent? There's a status effect called Innocent? Alright, I need to run this ad. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Mario.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Took a few extra minutes because had to feed the puppies and Nima's having a hard time eating because it's storming. And she's like, don't make me do stuff. Mario draws first blood. I forgot to fill in the characters here. Let me do that really quick. Mario. Oh, wait, no. Mario's in the blue corner. Mario's over here. And then on this side we have Jigglypuff. Okay, so Mario draws first blood. 1 to 0 at the end of the first round. Nobody had any strong feelings. Okay. Back to the shop. Let's have a look. A stick that causes those it strikes to lose faith. So what is innocent? We've never seen that before. I guess it's probably a status that makes you have less faith. But we've never seen that before. Power of 10. And then what is this one? No status on that one. And this one's 8. The good old sea bag is still here. So curious about that one. Oh, and now there's a pea bag. This makes it so that you always have regen. Whoa. So this would be interesting for somebody like Salome, who doesn't really attack and is just a support character. So she could just have regen all the time. Magic plus 1 is definitely less compelling. But also this has really good attack power. Interesting. Oh yeah, we got to look at the light armor here. So we have this black hood. Not going to be worth it for Roberto. Could be worth it for Salome, but it's kind of a toss-up. 16 HP isn't a lot. Losing 2 attack points is a lot. And then Holy Mitre is what he's currently got on. This could be interesting for Salome. She doesn't use MP, so we're not worried about that. So yeah, I guess this really isn't worth it either. Like, at first glance, it looks like a great upgrade, but 8 HP is nothing. She doesn't use MP, and she doesn't use magic. So the 2 attack points is still technically better. And then how about this power sleeve? 40 HP is very significant, but 22 MP is also significant. So this we would want for Salome. 10 HP and 1 attack point is worth it. So let's buy this. One of these. Now, what about the wizard outfit? It's kind of a trade-off with the wizard robe. Well, no, it's not a worthwhile trade-off, though. Because, yeah, we'd lose 2 attack... or 2 magic points. We definitely don't want that. So the wizard robe is definitely better. Oh, these are new. White robe. What is this? Reduces elemental damage. Oh. Okay, let's take a look at this. Plus 20 HP and plus 12 MP, plus the elemental resistance? Sheesh. This gets rid of instant death and absorbs Holy. We've never seen Holy before. And this is just not quite as good of an upgrade. So we would lose the magic plus 2. But I think 20 HP, 12 MP, and the gains, or the elemental resistance, is definitely worth it. Because Roberto hanging back, he's more likely to get hit with magic than physical. So that seems pretty good. I think that's a worthwhile investment. So we're going to buy the white robe for our white mage. Okay, perfect. And then we're not interested in any of the new accessories other than the jade armlet. But we are 30,000 away from investing in those. So I think we'll just naturally gain 30,000 as we go through these next story fights. I'm not worried that we're going to immediately need the stop resistance. I don't think we're going to see Y-Graph again that soon. I could certainly be wrong. The other question is these elf mantles. 25% accuracy. But you give up move +1, jump +1. Really hard to decide on that one. We'll leave it for now. Alright, so let's do another equip. We got to give Roberto this new robe. And then we're going to give Salome a new outfit as well. Okay, cool. And if we decide we want Ramza to use a shield, we have the flame shield and the ice shield ready to go. So let's save again. This is slot 4. And this is post Zaland shops. All right, and basically now we're headed back towards the story. We just need to get there without random encounters. You know what? There's something else that we need to consider. It's probably not worth it. But we took an 8-day round trip to go to Lionel, as opposed to a 6-day round trip to go to Igros. And the reason why we chose to use 2 additional days on the calendar was because we wanted to check the proposition, but it ended up being a bust. But I guess having the 2 characters back to send on a new one is worth it. Okay, I just needed to talk myself through that. Let's save again. One more tile. This is number 5. Wait, hold on. Yeah, so that was Zaland at 4. So this is Zyre, Kyle, no rando. Man, Aragway. Aragway is the only one that likes to give a rando. We hit this one so many times. But that's why we save. Because I don't want to do these right now. We're about to do a bunch of battles. So I see no need to do randos. Number 5. Nope. I have to wait till it gets to this screen to reset, otherwise it just will crash. There we go. Now the matcha's gone. There we go. Finally got it. Okay. This is going to be slot 6. Now we're back to Dorter. Oh yeah, I forgot there's a new ninja sword. I don't think I want it. Oh, there's no propos here. Okay. And we still have 4 more days before we can bring these people back, so... Can't do anything with that. Alright, so now we're headed up towards our new location, Grog Hill. And once again, we don't want an encounter. Any encounters that aren't required, so... Obviously, if we hit one on a blue dot, I'm going to assume that's required. So this is number 7. This is Dorter. Okay, got the Klaus. Number 8. And Goland. What can we do here? The Wheel of Elder Topa. 8,000 gil? No thanks. Alright, what shops... What type of shop is this? This is the rods and light armor. Okay, I want to record that, because I don't have that written down. I have all the shop info for the early areas. So this is Goland, Coal City. Is rods / staves. Light armor. And then we get a little purple highlight for that. Okay. And we're going to do the same thing for all future new towns. Probably unnecessary to save from a blue dot to a blue dot, but we're still going to do it. So SS9 is Goland. Alright, and we're back at Lasalia now. What's going on here? Treasure hunt. Treasure hunt. Do we want to spend 1,000 gil? Well, how many days is it? We saved. So if we send Humphrey and Clarice, 10 to 14 days. Because I'm assuming we're going to have to go all the way out to this new place and then come back. But that's only going to be like 6 or 8 days. So if it was going to be low enough, I'd do it. But I don't think I want to. Alright, and then what's your shop like? Okay, so this is a shop like Lionel. So I guess another thing we could do is instead of going all the way to Lionel, we could save ourselves some days on the calendar. But I may have already covered up that save with how many times I've saved. No, I think we're good. I think we're good. So if I go back to save 12, it will undo that entire pilgrimage that we just did down to Lionel and back. And I'll have to redo the shops and the reclassing and stuff like that I've done. But now I know that I can go the direction that I'm supposed to be going and I won't be wasting a bunch of calendar. Which I still don't know even what it means, but I feel compelled to conserve it. So, okay. So let me write down that Lasalia capital city is daggers, swords, axes, bows, heavy armor. So, after all that trekking around and save scumming that we've done, we're actually going to now undo it. We are going to load slot 12. So we're also going to end up seeing the Delita Ovelia scene again. Well, no, maybe we saved after that. Actually, I'm going to not save until this is all said and done. So now it's June 11th instead of June 21st. or June 20th. So we're going to save this on file 13. And we're going to call this Lasalia Pre-Shop and Reclass. No randos. So now we have our 92,000 again, and we're going to go and buy all that diamond armor and stuff here. Because we didn't buy anything at the light armor place. Or wait, we did. So we're going to have to stop at Goland and buy that. Okay, I got to do this one more time. That's fine. No, not tutorial. I got to do this one more time and we got to stop at Goland. Back to number 12. And we hit a rando this time. Yeah, 12. Boom, 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 boom. Saw a reflection of a puppy in the CRT when it went black. That was cute. Okay. Goland. So we need a shop here. This also means that those other folks are still on that proposition, but we know that it has no payout. So they may just rot there forever. Okay, so here we needed to buy one black hood for Salome. Oh, welcome back, SNES. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know what happened. My bitrate has been solid. Or wait, no. This isn't worth it. We didn't buy this before, did we? No, we bought something else. We're doing some shenanigans here. I ended up resetting and undoing the whole Sojourn. Oh, that's right, we bought her this. Because I realized that there's the two shops that we need are actually on the way. I just didn't have shop data for these two shops, so I didn't know. So we're doing some stuff again. In order to lower the calendar. Okay, and then the white robe we're gonna buy. Yo, what's up, pirate? Has my enjoyment of this game increased or decreased as my play goes on? Remember being super caught up in the story as you played it in your childhood. Oh, definitely increased. Definitely increased. Okay, I think those are the only things that we bought here, because yeah, we opted out of the black hood. So we're gonna give... Oh, and we have to reclass Roberto as well. That's right, he's gonna be a priest again for a while. Because he needs priest JP. And then... Not the power sleeve, the white robe. Okay, and then Salome, you're gonna get the power sleeve. And you're gonna get the Germanist boots. And you're gonna get a diamond shield in a second. Okay, now we're not getting the orichalcum We bought 2 diamond swords for backstock. We bought a slasher. 3 diamond helmets. 3 diamond armors. Alright, let's get everybody all equipped. Diamond. Diamond. Oh, I didn't buy the diamond shield. What did we change Matsuo into? Geomancer. I would say that I would say that my my enjoyment of the game is just kind of like on a steady climb. There haven't been moments where it has like spiked super high out of nowhere. Like it's just been kind of on a steady rise the entire time. Like it just keeps getting more interesting and more engaging as we go. Okay, and then Veronica staying a monk. Diamond helmet. We should probably get her a power... Oh, dang it. It might be better for her to have power sleeve instead of the diamond armor and the judo outfit. So we might need to go buy 1 more of these. Well, it's hard to say. She's going to be a monk for a while, so I think the 1 extra attack point would really be worth it. It just unfortunately means 1 more reset and redoing a couple of things again. But let's do it. Back to number 12. Even games you love tend to have boring parts that you just have to get through, but not this one. Yeah, it's all a matter of perspective for sure, but some games do it better than others. Even without personal bias, I would say. I think that's very provable. Okay, so we're gonna buy 2 power sleeves. 1 white robe. And then Karma Chameleon. 2 diamond swords. Slasher. Diamond shield. 3 of you. And then we gotta sell some stuff. So we haven't sold anything yet. Let's see, we can sell 2 of these. Sell this. That. Those. That. Those. These. That. These. That. That. Definitely those. That. Okay. Oh, back to the shop. Skipping a step. Okay, and now 3 of those. Okay, formation. Diamond. Diamond. Oh, I gotta reclass you. White robe. And then his ability is gonna be sing. Okay. Okay, and then you get diamond shield, power sleeve, Germanus. Everybody gets Germanus. Okay, and then Matsuo has to reclass to Geomancer. I feel like I'm practicing like a speedrunning menu section or something with how many times we've redone this. Okay, and then Off-White Magic is staying. And then he's got to have Germanus. Okay, Veronica, Diamond, Power Sleeve. Okay, now it's all done. And we can save. Alright. Save over the previous save slot 13. So this is Lasalia. Reclasses. Plus Goland, Lasalia, shops. Alright, we're finally ready to move into some story content. I know we've been away from it for a little bit here. So we're going to go to Grog Hill, we're going to get hit with a battle. Let me just double check everything here. Oh, I don't think I gave him those Geomancer skills. Yeah, so let's do that. Give him that one extra. Who knows? For the sake of my sanity, we're just going to go straight down the list there. Salome is earning Dancer for everyone else. Doesn't need to learn anything. Roberto's earning Priest for himself. Ramza... Did Ramza get the Samurai abilities? He did not. Okay, cool. This is why we double check. Those are the three we're going to try out first. And Veronica doesn't have any monk points, right? No. Yeah, we're saving up for Earth Slash, but also Chakra and Revive. We probably have to get Chakra first, unfortunately. We'll see. But yeah, she needs a bunch more monk JP. Okay. Yeah, the monk skills are so good. They really are. Okay, let's save one more time. Same slot. Here we go. Grog Hill. Wow, this is an unusual formation. Time for Grog, baby. Let's see if this is like a story rando or just a rando. Probably going to be a story rando, but we'll see. different colors? A non-10 deserter. Damn, what rotten luck. A pursuit unit. Are you a non-10 patrol? We're tired of fighting. We want to go home. We'd rather be poor and covered with mud than this. We're sick of killing. We want to return to our families. Wait, we're not after you. We have no desire to fight. Don't misunderstand. Don't lie. You expect us to believe you? Trying to get us off guard, then kill us? Well, none of your tricks will work. Hey, he was on the wanted list. Huh? So what? It's him, the heretic, you know? If we bring him to them, they may let us off. You mean, going back to the Knights? Getting a heretic's big. Like getting enemy brass. If we get him, they might give us a discharge too. This guy's an idiot. That's right. I know a guy discharged in an exchange. We can go home big. Otherwise, we'll have to live in hiding as deserters. Right, let's catch him. We can even kill him. He's a heretic. They'll execute him sooner or later. We can go home by killing him. This is our last battle. Oh, this is so sad. All right. So let's write really quick. Gotta unfreeze the camera. Okay, so at Grog Hill, a group of non-10 deserters fear we are after them. Ramza tries to assure them otherwise, but once they recognize him as the heretic, they figure they can be discharged honorably rather than live in hiding. If they kill him. Bad news for you, folks. All right, we get to go first. Does everybody get to go? Not everybody. Ramza, Veronica, Roberto. Okay. I am not scared of this squad. This looks to be very standard fare. Okay, thief with squire stuff. Squire, straight up squire. Chemist with a gun and black magic. That's pretty solid. Archer with thief abilities. Another chemist with a gun. Alright, well we have a lot of ranged characters, so I guess we do need to watch out for the chemists and the archer. So I should probably Probably just roll in with Ramza. Veronica and Roberto are the other ones who get to go. So Roberto's going to start singing. Veronica will follow Ramza. She's not going to be able to get up there and do anything, unfortunately. She won't be able to wave fist. Well, she could throw out a black magic spell. Let's just get right up in this lady's face and see what we can do. They really do have no idea what's coming to them. It's unfortunate. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. We're going to do Earth Slash. 55 to you, 55 to you, and 55 to you. Beautiful. And it can't miss. I guess I can try to wave fist from here. 75? I mean, it's better than nothing. Because my black magic is going to be super weak. Even if I go all the way up to Bolt 3. Ah, but I could go after the Chemist. So maybe that's worth it. He's not going to get right up next to me because he won't be able to attack me if he does. So I think this is a safe play. We'll see what happens. And then, Roberto, you gonna start singing. We'll just go for speed. He's going the distance. Throw a rock at me, jerk. $80 damage, man. Man alive. Okay, he's gonna hang in back and accumulate. Interesting. I love his little grassy patch. Okay, Matsuo. Probably just gonna attack this guy right in the face. But just out of curiosity. Okay, so this must mean that the terrain that I'm on isn't eligible for any of the skills that I have. 95%, I'll take that. Okay, and then Salome, you need to move somewhere where these guys can't shoot you with the guns. The archer will still be able to hit her here, but not the guns. And then why don't you start dancing? Yo, H-Monk, welcome in. How's it going? Do we want to go for Wisnibus or slow? I think we'll go for slow. For at least a couple turns. Ooh, nice dodge. Oh, that sucks. We hurt Matsuo because I wasn't thinking about it. It's been a minute since you've had a chance to watch. Yeah, I had not unlocked Dancer until fairly recently. We have access to all of the jobs now, which is really cool. We still haven't tried out Calculator yet, though. We're going to at some point, but I don't know when. Okay, Roberto needs to move, or he's going to get shot at. Maybe I'll switch him to the heal song. That seems like a pretty good idea. And I'll get him out of gun range as well. Alright, let's do Life Song. You bastard. I just bought that helmet. I don't want to buy another one. I kind of want to reset just because of that. Like, technically, I'll definitely earn 6,000 from this fight, but I also have to go backwards and cheese the calendar to go and buy it. That's super annoying. Do I want to do that? I do want to do that. I'm just wondering, like, is it going to end up just happening to me again? And I'll wish that I had just moved on. I did also unnecessarily hit Matsuo with a spell. I don't know. I don't know. What are the other two cities that we're headed towards? There's a fort city, which is light armor. And the other one is probably heavy armor, but we won't know until we get there. And obviously that's probably like the end of the chapter too, so we might not even get to shop there until chapter 4. So I'm gonna reset. It's really annoying, I know, I'm sorry. But I don't want my helmet stolen. I don't think there's gonna be like an easy way for me to get it back before the next fight. But yeah, we had a couple of streams where we did some grinding. Because we had to take a long walk to get some specific equipment that we wanted. And I decided to take every single rando along the way to make the trip worthwhile. And that trip ended up being something that made us super powerful and got us a bunch of jobs unlocked. So that was pretty cool. I think I need to go move little guy into his crib really quick. He is wanting to nap, and he's being unsuccessful, I think. Give me 1 second while this battle starts. Okay. Now, hopefully he can get some sleep. Mash through this text. I love how this chemist has just this like harebrained scheme that he thinks of on the fly, and it gets him and all of his friends killed. I wish there was a way for us to, like, let them go. But this isn't that kind of game. Okay, Ramza's still gonna walk right up the middle here and do Earth Slash. But Veronica can come over here. And do a Wave Fist. We'll take a 4% increase in accuracy, I guess. Cool, got it. Can't release, none in stock. So, is this tied to a specific weapon? Because these are also equipable weapons. Maybe that's what's going on. So maybe if I'm using the Heaven's Cloud sword, I can only use the Heaven's Cloud skill. And I need to have 2 different swords for maximum efficacy, or equip change and a big stock of samurai swords. That would be a weird way to go about it, but I think that might be what's happening now that I look at it closer and think about none in stock in a different way. Okay, Roberto, you need to get out of the gun range and start singing. Yeah, you throw that rock. Maybe he didn't want to sleep. God, those guys doing 80 damage with their gun is wild. How do I do 80 damage with my gun? They have the same gun. You know? Like... Oh, no, they don't. They have the mithril gun. Yeah, where do I get the mithril gun? Maybe I can leave one of them as the last one alive, and I can have Salome try to steal it. That'd be kind of cool. What's theirs is ours. I don't think I can attack her from a height of 2. But maybe. Oh, this time I have an elemental target. So, okay. I don't get to choose which attack I do. The attack is just based on the terrain. And it has AoE, 30% or 30 damage, 100% accuracy. 15 damage. 45 damage. Okay. So yeah, basically if you have all the Geomancer skills, theoretically you would always be able to do an attack. And with how big that range is, that could be really useful. Okay, that was pretty good. Only Ramza didn't get it. And then we'll try to slow them. Yeah, Speed Song is great. I dare you to attack me, Opal. Oh, she's gonna try to charm Matsuo. Good. Matsuo has been charmed so many times. Yeah, Wiznibus. Isn't that a wild name? I guess we'll just go punch this guy. $75. Why only $75? Trying to figure out what that should be. Yeah, I bet that's probably translated differently in War of the Lions. Do we want to... I think we want to swap to Life Song. And then Ramza, go after this guy? Go after the archer? That seems good. Or we take a guaranteed hit. But this guy would just die. Yeah, he's dead. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, you can share the retranslated name. Thanks for asking. He got me with the sleep? Or am I just low health? Alright, Salome, you're going to move up because we do want her to try and steal from one of the chemists. She's on slow dance. Okay, yeah, we should switch to, I guess we'll switch to Wiznibus. Okay, they're gonna try to kill Ramza. Oh, yeah. Wow, he survived that. But he's gonna kill Ramza. Oh no, he's gonna heal that guy. Knife dance. The original kana was intended as with knives. Interesting. It's weird that they would write with knives in kana. Like, I guess knife is knaifu, so that makes sense. But with... Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Okay, what's the AT look like here? Can I save Ramza before he gets knocked down? Not unless I kill Norton. Which one's Norton? Oh, yeah, we're not going to kill this guy. I guess I could... If I positioned myself properly, I might be able to stop him from shooting Ramza. But... Because even if I do my cure here, I don't think it's going to go off in time. Yeah. So, yeah, I should just go for it, I guess. Let's go right here and see if maybe we get lucky and we either crit him and kill him, or we just ruin his angle to be able to shoot him. Or maybe we'll hit him with the slow and it'll delay his turn long enough. No, we didn't get it. Why does that only do 32 damage, though? It should be doing an absurd level of damage. Oh, okay. We might be onto something here. Oh, he's throwing down a bolt on his own guy, I think. Or no, he's... Okay, he's gonna hit... Yeah, he got Ramza. That's okay. We'll get Birdo up there. Once things calm down a little bit. I guess he'll need to start working his way up there. We need to run an ad. I forgot to get the prediction up. So I'm just gonna switch over. And we'll be back in 3 minutes.
This game's winner is...
Mario with a commanding control of that fight. I'm going to make a prediction right now. I think when we get done with all this, that Jigglypuff is going to be the lowest ranked CPU character. just based on the way that the AI for Jigglypuff specifically performs, it kind of doesn't seem like it will ever win. You know, we'll see. So far, that is true. So far, Jigglypuff only has a total score of 9. And it has appeared in 4 matchups. I'm eating some crackers. I got these really good coffee espresso crackers. They're so interesting. I've never had anything like them. They're really good. Okay. Let's get the stats updated here. Bump, bump. Let's see. It's 2-0 now for Mario. There we go. And we're back. Okay. So Roberto needs to move up. We need him to bring Ramza back to life. Don't think we can reach him from here. Not quite. So we'll have him keep singing from right here. Veronica. We need one chemist to stay alive. Because we're going to steal his gun. I'm committed. We're going to make it happen. We can just chase him around with Salome and steal over and over and over until we get it. And we might even be able to farm some JP that we need while we're at it. We'll see. But not high priority. Ooh, gonna try to charm our Roberto, and she got him. That's not good. Do we need Salome to get closer? Yes, we do. Because she needs to start chasing one of these chemists around. And hopefully it's the one in the corner up there. I think we can keep Wisnibus going. You're gonna heal yourself, that's fine. Alright, what are you gonna do, Clive? You're gonna go into the corner, that's perfect. That's exactly where we want you. I need to trap you there. The only problem is we're gonna be fighting against our own ability to counter. Everybody can counter. Except for Roberto. And he's charmed. And we don't have any way to heal charm. This is actually really bad. So we're going to need Matsuo to try to revive Ramza. 55%. We really need this to land. I don't think moving will increase my accuracy, so I'm not going to. Plus, that'll make my thing happen faster, I think. Oh, and then he puts me to sleep. Great. Well, we might have to reset. Or I guess if Ramza dies, it's not even a reset. It's just a game over. Once again, status effects are being showcased as kind of our biggest kryptonite. Come on. 71 and she missed. Brutal. Come on. Roberto or Matsuo. Wake up. Let's see here. Oh, Roberto's trying to use Raise 2 on one of their guys. Yeah, Matsuo's turn is miles away. Alright, well, I guess we'll go over here and try to steal this guy's gun. It's gonna suck if we end up having to reset, but at least we'll see what kind of odds we're looking at. 38%. Yikes. But we got it. This luck. Too bad Raze doesn't have AoE. Yeah, this fight is turning into a disaster. No counter? Come on, Salome. Or that's Veronica. Okay, who gets to go now? Nobody. Yeah, Ramza might die. Because Matsuo's probably going to die before he gets to go again. I have no way to heal him. So I have to just basically pray. Well, I desperately need to get rid of this, this chemist. Plus, I won't get countered. But one of these guys is bound to kill Matsuo before he gets to go. Nice counter, Salome. Thank you. You're welcome for Roberto. Yeah, there it is. So I think that's it. Unless Roberto, like, immediately uncharms. We have 3 characters dead now. Nice crit. Yeah, that's it. We would have needed to regain control of Roberto on that turn. So he's aiming a Cure 3 that would hit us if we managed to revive, but we don't have any characters that can revive. So this battle is over. There's no way it's going to get back around to Roberto before Ramza's body disappears. So, just going to go ahead and reset now. That blows. So we got screwed by Charm. We were doing fine until that happened. I mean, I shouldn't say we were doing fine. Ramza was dead, but we had plenty of ways to to pivot. But then also getting Matsuo with sleep status and then dying. We definitely got killed by status there. Well, this battle is not as much of a joke as it appeared it was going to be. Good old Grog Hill. Okay, we like Ramza in the center. For the Earth Slash. That seems pretty consistent. I guess I could maybe not move him up as far. So that he doesn't have to go as far into enemy territory. So maybe that's what I'll do. Also, I'm getting extra immersion because it's raining in the game and outside. The looseness of their premise is really wild. Alright, Sylvia comes down to the center. Alright, Veronica first. Go up here. Do a wave fist. $65, $75, $65, $71. Alright. Come on. Okay, there we go. And then I could just go like right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So I'm just going to stand right here and do Earth Slash. Boop, 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 boop. Ooh, got one of them for a hundo. Was that just a lucky crit? Alright, which one of them has charm? Is that under battle skill? It must be. Because all the rest of them are basic skill and item. Okay, so we need to get rid of this thief as soon as possible. Because the thief is the one that charmed us. Alright, so Roberto's going to go here. We're going to go for speed. Get wrecked. Oh, you can't. I can't counter dash, I don't think. Yeah. Okay, Matsuo. I know that I had the Geomancer ability right here. So maybe I'll do that again. $30 on you. $30 on you, but AoE. So I'd have to go like that. 25, 30. Maybe I should go after the chemists. Because if I could hit one or both of them with stop, that would be massive. I got one of them. And it was the one who was casting. Okay, that's huge. That'll help me with stealing. Okay, so Salome needs to move up. Try to keep her out of gun range as long as we can. But we do need to work on moving her up. We'll do a slow dance. Okay, got everybody except for Salome. Ow. Alright, see if we can hit them with some slow. Cool. The only one that it missed was the one who has stop status, so perfect. Might as well have hit everybody. Okay, Sylvia, what are you going to do? Please don't try to charm Roberto. Okay, that's fine. Die. Thank you. Alright. So now we can't be charmed. We need to leave one chemist alive, and I will leave the one who is charmed alive. I could come all the way up here and go after this archer. That might actually be smart. Or I could attack this chemist. This other chemist. Who gets to go? Veronica, Ramza, Roberto. Okay, where can Ramza move? Ramza should be able to take out this squire. And then, okay, who gets to go next on their squad? McPherson? Which is this guy, right? Yeah, because he hasn't done anything yet. And we're not going to kill him before his next turn. Let's just go after the archer. We'll come up here and do a wave fist. Split the aggro a little bit. Try to direct them away from my two vulnerable characters. And then we're just going to do this. Beautiful. Okay, Roberto. Let's move you up. The chemists might go after you, but definitely need you close in case we run into a situation like last time where we need you to revive or do a big cure. I think we can stick with Cheer Song because nobody's really missing significant health. Well, actually, Ram's is at half. Maybe we just do a direct heal on Ramza instead. They'll probably try to run into that AoE and soak it up. Let's see. Let's look at the AT for when it would actually go off. Yeah, it would be after those two guys. It would be, well, see, are these the chemists? Chester. Oh yeah, they can't move. Spider. Okay, it's very unlikely that either of them would stand right in front of Ramza because then they wouldn't be able to attack him because they're both ranged attackers. So I think that's pretty safe to go for. We'll do the Cure 3. Oh, he's gonna go for it. Whoo! Too bad we didn't crit on the second hit. Well, we pushed him out of our AoE, which is really funny. Let's see what we're looking at here. Can I direct attack you from here? 80 damage. Woo! Let's see, what's the AT look like here? Salome gets to go next. And then... Okay. I don't think I can attack this guy from here. I could hit him with Geomancy from up here. I think I'm just going to stay right where I am. Get my next turn faster. Okay, and then Salome is working her way up because she's going to start stealing. Probably next turn. She's doing slow dance, right? I think I'm just going to let her do that one more time. Okay. That's a pretty good move. So you're going to potion that guy and absorb my Cure 3. That's fine. You're not that far away from full health anyways. Probably going to shoot Ramza. Oh, you're going to potion as well. And these guys have so many items. Good thing those are regular potions. Alright. I think I'm good to switch to Wisnibus after I'm done stealing. Alright, so congratulations to the Chemist on your 69 HP. Nice. Oh, he's not stopped anymore. Okay. Noted. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Wait, oh dang it. I should have left them there for Earth Slash. That would have been such an epic Earth Slash. Dang it. Well, it might end up just being worth it. Can hit you for 95. Yeah, I'll take the 95. So if I do Earth Slash here, 55 on everybody. Yeah, I feel like I still got to do it. Sorry, Veronica. Oh, but only 30 to this guy for some reason. And I'll just stay here. Okay, Roberto needs to get to safety. And we're going to switch him over to Heal Song. Actually, this might be a good spot for him. I don't know. It doesn't super matter. Let's go up here. Life Song. Oh, he's going for Protect. Okay, that's fine. Oh, but the person he was trying to cast it on is dead, so he just wasted his turn. Okay, we got an extra one of those. Okay, Matsuo, should you just take this guy out? Oh, we could go for this. 30, 30, and it might give us another chance to inflict stop on this guy, although that doesn't really matter. It's more important that we surround this guy. Okay, let's look at the AT. Yo, what's up, Halo Killer? Matsuo Salom Ramza. Okay, we can do it. Well, no, we can't. We can't. We would need one more character. Oh, but I bet Veronica can be the four. Wait, no, Veronica's already there. We would need Roberto to do it. We can do it, though. We can do it. Okay. We can get this guy surrounded before his next turn. And he won't directly attack because he has a ranged weapon. He won't be able to, so we don't have to worry about counter-killing him. So, let's have Matsuo move here. And then attack this guy. Wait, what? I didn't mean to do that. Dang it. I thought I was doing a weapon attack. Oh well. Oh, you're hard stuck in Expedition 33. Interesting, Halo Killer. Liking the game otherwise, though? Alright, now we're gonna get this gun. First try, let's go, dude. Wow, we got a first try on a 36% and a first try on a 45%. I think I gotta just do this again. Even though Veronica's stuck in front of it. She can take it. Loadouts would be highly appreciated. So free respec, no free respecking is kind of a pain. Oh, interesting. So you have to like, is it a game where you have to like change around your equipment based on the battle like all the time? Okay, so we have to decide if we want to wait for any of these crystals. Or chests. Or if we want to just end this. Because we're in the perfect situation here where we can keep this going as long as we want to. Roberto needs Priest JP. Veronica needs Monk JP. She will not be able to earn JP endlessly. Roberto will be able to earn JP endlessly. As long as somebody is missing health. But I guess he could also switch to like a different song. He can also do White Magic. Let's have him do Cure 3 on... Veronica. Oh, okay, he can do a direct attack. Never mind, we can't keep this going as long as I thought. Oh, Andy's gonna get cured by that. Galaxy Brain. They have optional bosses. You have to fight flawlessly. It costs a consumable to respec. Interesting. So they make you really pay for it. Okay. So yeah, I don't think we want to wait around for all these guys to turn over. But I guess it would probably be good for me to try to do it for as long as I can. I just don't have a lot of things that I can do to farm. So I'll just do what I can, I guess. Oh, so there's no stop chance anymore. Okay, so I need to be standing on one of these in order to have the stop chance. Wait, no. How is this one different than this one? Darn. Alright, well I guess I can use some MP to get some JP. This one restores MP. So yeah, with this, Roberto could farm endlessly, potentially. Just use MP and then restore MP. Use MP, restore MP. Over and over and over. Well, I guess what else does this guy have? Black Hood, Power Sleeve? Yeah, we don't care about those. What's the one that does status? This one. We could try this one. Maybe we'll get lucky and hit him with stop. We could do this on Ramza for JP. Another chakra, I guess. We're doing a little mini farm here. Okay, so, Veronica can move again. That's good. Let's put. Let's see. Can we block this guy in? He gets to go right after this. So I guess I can at least force him to go towards the right, because I don't think he can jump 3. So let's go here. We need Roberto to chase him into the corner, because Roberto won't counter. Yeah, he can keep singing his life song. Okay, he's going to attack a character who can counter, but she didn't. That's good. Just avoiding him till later. Yeah. Yeah, I could see how that would be annoying. Like, you want to engage with the optional content, but you're being forced to reckon with when you engage with it. Whereas you might otherwise not necessarily have to factor that in. Alright, let's go back over here. We're going to see if we can get him with a stop. Oh my god, we got it. Okay. Sick. So now we can move away from him. And just farm JP for a little bit. How much HP does he have? Still 167. Okay, well you can just do Wiznibus. Or actually, how much MP does he have? 21. We'll do Witch Hunt first. Just in case. And then Veronica needs to just throw magic at Ramza for points. I'm going to get everybody close to these carcasses. So that we can pick them all up really rapidly. I can chakra myself one more time. And I guess Veronica will make sure that I can keep using chakra. Hard stuck at a boss that doesn't just kill you, they evaporate your party members, so no corpse to revive. Oh, I hate bosses like that just remove characters from battle. Classic Ruby weapon behavior. Alright, I can do that one more time. And then what is Roberto doing? He's doing the MP restore song. Which I guess is fine. Because Veronica's using MP. So that's okay. Let me just double check here. Oh, no, that's not okay, because everybody has full MP. Okay, so we need to do something that costs MP. Or I guess just a song where we hit something on somebody. Raise magic attack power? Yeah, sure. We can do that. So we'll just stand right next to this guy. Magic song. Okay, there's one treasure box, there's one crystal. That was a thief. So we'll have Salome pick that up. Veronica, you can pick up this. Ooh, Elf Mantle. That's a really good item. Okay. Nice. We can chakra again. Another not fun fact. If all three of you get evaporated, it doesn't let you bring in backup. Oh, like your other characters that aren't in the battle? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, and we need to switch Salome's dance now because he doesn't have any MP left. Is there anything Matsuo can do for JP? I guess just damage this guy. But also white magic. He can just be standing by to try to inflict stop again if he unfreezes. Okay, so Salome needs to change dances to... I don't know. These are all going to be really low odds now, unfortunately. I guess we can go Wiznibus and start healing him. Because we know this one will hit every time. So that should be fine. You're on try 15 so far. Getting good is not happening soon. Oh. Yeah, you feel like... It sounds like you feel like you're playing RNG more than you're trying to learn and get better. Like you just need things to go a certain way and they haven't gone that way yet. But yeah, leaving and grinding often feels like a defeat in and of itself. For some players, I totally get it. Okay, we don't need to restore MP anymore. We're gonna switch to... Oh wait, no, we're doing Magic Song, right? Yeah. Okay, we're just gonna stay right here. Oh, it's a timing thing. Gotcha. Okay, he can move again. So we should attack him with... Oh, I did revive. Oh, I forgot to move Salome onto the crystal. Whoops. It's okay, we'll do that next time. Okay. Well, let's see if we can hit this guy with stop again. Wouldn't that be something? Didn't get it. But I'm going to move right here to block him from getting that item. Hopefully. Okay, Salome, you're going to pick up this crystal. Oh, you can't make it over there. Okay. Well, you're going to work your way over there. And what are you doing? It was Nibus. Yeah, that's fine. You can keep doing that. Okay, should we switch songs here? I think we should go back to Angel Song for a little bit, because as long as Veronica's using MP, that should be fine, right? Wait, why can't I act? Did I already do that? Apparently I already did that. Okay. Keep doing Chakra over here. So we've got a nice little cycle going here. Nice little loop of actions. Just hit everybody. So yeah, I don't know if you necessarily need to be missing MP in order for that to work. Alright, he's going to heal himself. That's perfectly fine. Job, Veronica. So, Roberto, I guess you can keep standing next to this guy. And I think we'll stick with Magic Song, or Angel Song. Alright, McPherson was a Squire. Don't really care who picks that up. I think there is one character that actually doesn't know Accumulate, but I'm not going to try to suss out who it is. I think it's either Matsuo or Salome. Or maybe it's Veronica. We'll try Veronica. Okay, we're almost done now. Only one more character that we're waiting on. Alright, we'll try to hit this guy with stop one more time. Do some damage to Roberto in the process. Okay, Salome is taking this. What do you got? Charge +1. Okay. Sure. And you can just keep dancing. Veronica, you can take the Squire. Got nothing. Another fire spell on Ramza. We'll have Ramza pick up the chest. And Matsuo was an archer, so we'll pick up the archer crystal, if it's a crystal, with him. And then we can finally be done with this. And I guess it would be a good idea to have not Ramza inflict the final blow on this guy. It'd be fine for anyone else. Oh, we got another mithril gun. Well, we didn't need to steal it. That's kind of funny. I guess we can just sell one now. Not that we went through, like, a crazy amount of struggle in order to steal it. We were trying to set the battle up like this in case it took us forever to steal it. We can switch to Life Song for the rest of the battle. Alright, when is this archer guy gonna tick over? He's on 0, right? Alright, he's going to the corner. That's good. Yeah, he's on 0. Can we do a wave fist from here? Yeah, we'll go for this. 95 sounds good. It's okay, Rocky. Alright, and then Matsuo... We want Matsuo to strike the final blow against this guy, but we also want him to pick up this crystal. So... I think I'm going to stay where I'm at. And do white magic. Maybe? Yeah, there we go. That works. Just trying not to move. You're good, Salome. Roberto, what are you doing? You're singing? You singing Life Song? Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Alright, Ramza, you don't need to move up. But there's nobody that he can heal unless he moves next to Salome. Because everybody's full health now. So, I need to damage somebody. So maybe I'll just come up here next to Matsuo and hit him with something weak. Yeah, this is fine. Even if he counters me. Cool. Because it looks like we still get JP from Life Song even if people have full health. Finally, there's that last crystal. That's the only drawback to slowing the enemy way down, is you gotta wait forever for their bodies to deteriorate. think that's how that's working. Okay, I could kill this guy this turn, but I want Matsuo to get this crystal. So... okay. This guy might end up just dying to Wisnibus. We'll see. We'll see what he does. He's probably going to shoot somebody on his next turn. Well, no, wait. We took his gun away. So he's... yeah, he's probably just going to, like, heal himself or punch somebody. Alright, Matsuo's going to take this. Alright, we'll take charge +4. And let's cure... is this going to go off before Life Song? Yes, okay. Because this one does need to restore HP in order for us to get JP, so gotta be careful there. Salome, you can keep dancing. Oh yeah, I guess I could have cured them as well, since the fire was going off first. Whatever. Okay, what's he gonna do? He's gonna X Potion. So yeah, he's not gonna die to Wisnibus. So now we can move in with Matsuo and Veronica to take him out. I just don't want Ramza to do it because he doesn't need the JP as much as they do. So he's going to stay here in Chakra. Okay, another Life Song. Yeah, we could technically stretch this guy for a lot longer. He can heal himself. He's not attacking. We could really, really keep this going if we wanted to, but we're gonna call it. Because it's also time to end stream. But that's not the only reason. I am glad we did this though. We got some good items. And we are getting some good JP. Despite not really needing despite not really needing any EXP. Okay, I need to attack someone here. Alright, give me Matsuo's turn. Matsuo must have been the one that didn't get a speed up earlier. Where everybody else got 2 and he got 1. Alright, we should be able to take him out right here. Nice. So yeah, it looks like axes are kind of like flails where they have a range of damage rather than an accuracy check. I understand your lives are important, but is that it? That's a weird line. That doesn't make any sense. And we didn't get our helmet stolen. Yay. Oh, and another mithril gun. Wow. We really did not need to steal that mithril gun or wait around. But we got some JP and we got an elf mantle. I wonder what Father would have done. You're... oh, is that Olan? Olan's back. I was wondering. We meet again. A black lion's crest. You're a non-10? Okay, hold on. Notes. After defeating the deserters, Ramza seems to feel regret and asks what his father might have done. Olan returns. He wears the black lion crest and Ramza asks if he is non-10. So, you killed the deserters for us. Uh-oh. Nope, that's not how it happened. I never thought a Beowulf would help us. Not because I wanted to. I know, you didn't want to fight, right? Oh, is he patronizing us? Same here. I don't go after deserters because I want to. You know what I mean. Oh yeah, okay, so we're not understanding each other. You knew me. Yeah, I saw your name and face on the wanted list. As a dangerous heretic, what did you do? Are you going to try and catch me? Why would I do that? Our job's to catch deserters. No need for us to be involved. But your brothers are after you. Run before they come. Why do you continue to fight? Okay, hold on. I need to write some more stuff down. So Olan knows of Ramza's heretic status, but is not interested. He was chasing down the deserters to kill them. He thanks Ramza for taking care of them for him. Ramza tries to explain he didn't want to, but Olan misinterprets this either intentionally or accidentally. We don't know. And then, this is kind of cool, Ramza asks Olan why he fights. As long as your brothers point swords at us, it'll continue. So if Larg quits, Goltana would too? Man, Ramza is... Oh, sorry, I still got the notes on the screen. Ramza has really got an awareness about him now. He's gotten really good at, like, reading people and getting to the bottom of their motivations, and he like really cares about it. So okay. Olan blames Zalbag and Dysadarg but Ramza challenges him implying that if Larg quit, Goltana wouldn't. But that won't ever happen. Okay, so he's kind of dodging the question, but Ramza really got him there. You know, Olan's trying to say, well, like, oh, well, I'm only fighting because your brothers started it. But then Ramza's like, yeah, but whether that's true or not, if they stopped fighting, it's not like you're gonna stop fighting. If you see Orlando of Nanten, let me know. Some are urging Larg and Goltana for gain. We're in the palm of their hands. They're the real ones to beat. Wait, the palm of whose hands? Okay, so I guess we know that Orlando is Olan's dad, but Ramza doesn't know that? Maybe? So Ramza asks Olan to reach Orlando for him. Why Orlando? My father used to say he was his only friend. Oh. Orlando's my father-in-law. Oh, father-in-law. Okay, that's not what Al-Islam said. So... Okay, more notes, more notes, more notes. It is revealed that Balbinus was friendly towards Orlando and Olan reveals that Orlando is his father-in-law, which is a very awkward sounding phrase. We would just say stepdad in modern terms. But that's what that means. He's his father only by way of marriage, right? That's what an in-law means. You just don't usually only hear that for siblings, in-laws, or your. Well, I guess, yeah, it's his wife's father, not his father. Do you believe me? I don't know why they're trying to collect holy stones. If it's for the people, I won't interrupt. But if it's for self-gain, Orlando won't want to allow it. He'll promise to kill in the name of T.G. Sid. Do you know about the High Priest's plot? Yes, but there is no proof. Okay, this is interesting too, that he's saying this. And I don't know why I just said that stepdad and father-in-law are the same thing. That's not true. I guess they could be, depending on the context, but it's unlikely. Okay, so this is an interesting point. Olan says he's aware of the church's plot, but there's no proof. That's a weird thing for him to say. Like, it seems like everybody else is really, really ready to distrust the church. Maybe he means proof about what the stones can do. I don't know. We're investigating it, but you may know better. If we prove it, would you stop fighting? Do you have proof? Here's the Germanic... No, nothing. No one knows whether the war will end or not. But I'm sure Orlando would quit. Olan, shall we go? All right, I'm coming. I must go, Ramza. Take care. Ramza, you're not alone. You have friends. Allies who'd risk their lives. I'm one of them. Okay. That's a lot more than I thought our connection was. Thank you, Olan. Olan swears himself to Ramza as an ally, but expresses overall pessimism towards the greater conflict. Okay, this is where we're going to stop for today. I will take time to go into the formation screen and check out how much JP we got and all that good stuff next time. Or maybe in between streams. We'll see if I get the bug. For now, we're just going to save and quit because it is time for me to go. We are over time. This is going to be slot 14. And we will call this post-grog fight and scene. Oh my god, a raid! Mesmer! Incredible timing. We're about to raid out. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How was V Rising today? I'm just making my final save, and I'm gonna do some housekeeping and find someone for me to raid. Because I actually shouldn't even be live right now. I'm supposed to stop at 5. 22 minutes past. Need to JP spend. And we'll highlight that in green. But let me welcome everybody first and foremost. Oolong, nice to see you. Dead Cell, welcome in. Mesmer, of course. Liquison, nice to see you. Oh, you were excited for Tactics. Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, let me plug the next streams and maybe we'll be able to see you next time because there's plenty more of this game to go. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Yeah, so I stream Final Fantasy Tactics Thursdays and Fridays. I'm in Chapter 3. It's the first playthrough. I'm completely insulated. I'm not allowing anybody to tell me anything about the game, no matter how small it may be. I'm not looking anything up, figuring everything out on my own, having a great time. I'm taking really intense, fastidious notes in my spiral notebook here. My camera's frozen, otherwise I was going to show you my my notes cam here. We've got a notes cam. There we go. So I've got my notebook here, and I've got a color coding system with highlighting and different colored markers to help me keep track of everything. It's been really fun doing this. I usually take notes when I play games, but this is definitely like a couple levels beyond anything that I've done before. So that's been really cool. On Tuesdays, I'm streaming Uncharted 2. We might beat it on Tuesday. We're definitely really far in the game, but I don't know how far. That's a first playthrough as well. I do all first playthroughs on this channel, unless it's like a special event or something like that. Every once in a while I'll do like a Ocarina of Time randomizer or something. I play point-and-click games with the lady whenever our sub goal fills up. We do those on Sundays. We just did one recently. We just started Grim Fandango. The next time that top bar fills up, we will do another one. We'll do part 2 of Grim Fandango. Those are a really good time as well. But that's pretty much what you can expect over here. I'm working towards starting to do music streams again. I'm a musician, and I was doing music streams regularly in 2021 before we moved, and just all kinds of things have happened. New expensive ideas formed after moving, and all kinds of other stuff. But I'm very close to being able to start doing those again, so those will be fun. Like, it's like VGM requests, multi-instrument things. I play guitar, keyboards, and bass. I'm gonna try to start incorporating some drums as well. But it's kind of a wild setup over here. Lots of shenanigans. But for now, we're gonna find somebody to raid right into. Let's see who is live. There's always some good choices on Friday, so we'll have no shortage, I'm sure. Let's see. Okay, well, we'll do a cozy friend raid. We're gonna raid Jackie Soar. Jackie's playing Castlevania. Go see how that's going. See if we can hear Dance of the Holy Man. Totally a favorite song. I'm gonna hit this button and then this button. Thank y'all for being here. Today was interesting. We made some good progress in the game, but we also did a bunch of weird shenanigans with roaming all over the map and save scumming and item shopping, and then realizing we could do it a different way, and then giving up a whole bunch of time that we didn't need to, and but we did things as most efficiently as we possibly could as far as the game is concerned. So that matters. We'll check in next week on Thursday and Friday and see if we're able to cross off some boxes with these last couple of job things we're trying to get done. We'll see if we can finish Uncharted 2 on Tuesday, and then it'll be time to vote for another game, because chat picks all my games. And I think that's all I got for you. We're going to go say hi to Jackie. Hope you have a good weekend if it's your weekend. If it's not, keep pushing. We believe in you. And stay well. Take care.